That's the noise we've been waiting to hear. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Open testing, open testing. Lanes 3 and 4, open testing. Lanes 3 and 4. Make your way up to the lanes. Anybody who's bought in for test and tune, make your way to lanes 3 and 4. For those of you that are in the 64 car shootout, the official time run will be taking place at approximately 1:30 this afternoon. Times adjust based on everything. One of the things I don't think we've got to worry about is the weather. The weather's going to be just absolutely gorgeous. So if one of your friends was sitting back there going, well, I don't know, anyway, call them and tell them they're going to miss a beautiful day out here at the patch. Beautiful Famosa drag strip. Again, racers, remember it's all 8th mile all the time. So no reason to run it too far past that 8th mile. There's a set of cones on the guardrail. It'll kind of give you an idea where the finish line is. Good news is when you're 8th mile racing here, you get an opportunity to see exactly what comes up on the scoreboards on both sides. So it's real easy for you to do the math. And I got news for you. Some of the math these racers come up with is pretty amazing. Lots of zeros after that decimal point. Jeep moseys on through there. Yes, I did say Jeep. Jeep moseys through there with a 647 at 101. One of the feature races that we have coming up this weekend, don't forget the Door Car Clash. Saturday night, $10,000 to win. 16 Pro, 16 Super Pro cars. One winner makes $10,000. And Door Car Clash is one of my favorites by far, one of a lot of people's favorites. Just incredible tight racing all the way through. Hey, I'd like to tell everybody if you need fuel, you can get fuel. The fuel truck is here right out by the front gate. Anybody who needs their gas, it's on the ground. Jim Harvickson bringing his 67 Barracuda. Straight through there, 577 at 120 miles an hour. 01 off the tree. It's like didn't skip a beat from when he was out here at the last Silver State West Coast Classic. Starting to get a pretty good collection of cars up here in the lanes, guys. Remember, I know a few of you are a little timid at first, want to put down some rubber before you come on out. Well, I haven't seen anybody have any serious problems getting down the track. This track is sticking real nice. The safety crew out here at Famosa Drag Strip does a great job setting this track up. Owen lights a pair. Dennis gets down there first with a 657, 102 miles an hour, 674 at 100 for the Mercury Capri. Might be a Ford Mustang, but I think that was a Mercury. Went down through there. Started out with 018 light. Wheels in the air on this early coupe for probably about 65, 75 feet. Carries it. Man, nice running car. 567, 120 miles an hour. Pickup trucks a pair. John Victorino over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Uh-oh. I don't even know what. I can't even. I think it's rust coming out the pipes. I'm not quite sure what that is. You know you haven't been racing long when the first time you whack it on the track, it puts up a little orange cloud. Again, racers, if you're just coming through the gate, I want to remind everybody that signups for the 64 car shootout are taking place now up until 11 a.m., which will be the cutoff. And for the 64 car $20,000 to win shootout, um, come to the, well, actually, it's behind the base of the tower, also kind of right behind the first set of grandstands. That is where the West Coast Classic trailer is. Good looking Comet Caliente coming up here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Got a bunch of tire underneath that car. 653 at 104.9 miles an hour. Nice pass. Jeep taking another easy pass, goes 643 after hanging a red light. 102.8 miles an hour. I believe there's plenty left to go in that car. This might just be kind of shaking it down a bit. Again, I'd like to remind everybody the 64 car shootout happens this afternoon. Going to make your official time run at approximately 1:30, give or take a little one way or the other. And first round action will happen about an hour after that. And then test and tune, guys, keep in mind that you're running all day today up until 5 o'clock. And you're more than welcome to keep coming back and making passes. Eric Truby just ran down through there 486 at 142 miles an hour in his dragster. Again, if you're just getting here, guys, lanes 3 and 4 is going to be open testing for your test and tune passes. That runs all day up until 5 p.m. But more the merrier. You get as many shots in as you want. This is a good time for you to get a few early shots because those are the ones that you're going to need to know is basically the run orders each day. We're going to start pretty close to, let's see here, about 8 on Saturday, 8 on Friday, 8 on Sunday. So one of those nice early morning passes to give you an idea where you need to be. Although I will tell you, it's going to be slightly warmer today than it's going to be during the rest of the weekend. So judge as you may. '68 race Hemi Cuda. Just absolutely amazing when you think back in time in 1968. Basically, you walk into a Plymouth dealer and go, yeah, I'd like to get one of those Barracudas with the Hemi in it. And it came with a van seat and a strap that held the windows open. It was just absolutely incredible that a car company would build something like that. Of course, you know, who knew that 50 years later they'd be 60 years later they'd be building a car that ran quicker than it did. Anyway, building that, and still has a Hemi in it. Real good looking machine here though. Let's see what it does. Don't see any wheelie bars on it. Nope, just pops them right out of the beams and takes off. 05 on the tree, runs through there 677 at almost 100 miles an hour, 99.63. Want to remind everybody that the gasoline is here at the main gate. So if you need gasoline, head on out to the main gate. The gas truck is on the grounds. Not quite sure what their hours are, but if you're going to need fuel, now's a good time to get it. Yeah, actually, it's kind of funny. Mark just brought up a point that they actually call it fuel. They don't call it gasoline. There's a possibility that they might not actually have any of that stuff. Anyway, their stuff's just a tad more potent. You know, it only makes sense that you come up to Bakersfield area, and what do you see? Lots of pickup trucks. What you didn't realize was there's lots of them going up and down the track. There's got to be a really good collection of them out here, including one of my favorite all-time race trucks, which is the Chevy Love Truck. It's what brought Isuzu to the U.S. market. S10 goes 486, 143. That's kind of a surprise. Man, that thing's as quick as the dragsters out here. What a really amazingly good running truck. The Mikadu, the Love Truck, goes 595 at 113.3. That Love Truck making his way from Chestermere, Alberta. Mark Barnhart making the trip over from New Mexico. He's the dragster that you see in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Speaking of three-way Chevrolet, there's Jody George driving the Class Legal Oldsmobile. Dragster blasts off 008 off the tree, then goes 459, 149.3. Class Legal Machine, not bad, 681 at 99.9. So definitely, Silver State Refrigeration's HVAC West Coast Classic is definitely kicking off. Seen an awful lot of fast cars, but what you've really seen so far, and we're just talking just barely scratching the surface here. Already seen a stack of double O's and 01 lights. So this is one of those deals you got to put on your boots and get in deep. Man. Open testing lanes 3 and 4, open testing lanes 3 and 4. Also a reminder for those of you, and I mean they're still coming through the gate, bunches. 64 car shootout tonight. Well, I should say this afternoon. You're going to get a time shot right around 1:30, and then at 2:30, we're going to go into eliminations. Open testing is going to take place still. For those of you that have bought a Test and Tune Tech card for today, you're more than welcome to make passes. Obviously, during eliminations, we'll stop you for a few minutes, but then as soon as that round of eliminations goes off, we're going to test and tune cars. You're more than welcome to go out there. Matter of fact, we're hoping that a lot of you have a little bit of fuel left so that you can come back out. That way, keep cars going down the track during eliminations, keep everything about the same. And I know you're going to be happy to hear this. Coming into the booth right now, Mr. Mike English. All right, Mike.
Thank you, Jay Kasem, I think. So Elliot Franco, left side over there, out of La Palma. So the traditional long wheelbase dragster and the 38 Chevrolet Roadster, this pair. Don't forget, if you have not entered into that $20,000 64 car shootout, you need to do so like now. Elliot's 10 on the tree, right down through there, 501, 135. The Roadsters, 553, 123, 55. Today, we need to have a mile an hour, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chris Johnson, the Mopar. Or should I say Penn Star or something like that? Huh? That would work. So we need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mile an hour. 59 on the tree. Right on down through there. 585, 116. If you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in mile an hour, you get absolutely nothing other than my adoration, because I think that would be cool. Oh, everybody wants to know, but get your Novas. Novas are in the house. So the first Nova right side here in the Michelob Ultra lane, it's either Rich or Colin. I'm not sure. I'll have to check on it later. And the second gen Nova over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Of course, Colin Poist Automotive. Nova right side here. In from that great town of Yucca Valley. Highway 62, you know. Oh, and Superstar is getting in the water box over there right now. Like, he's something in the Deming family. What's been best reaction time so far? Oh, a couple of, no, really? Perfects? 008, I'm sorry. Okay. 008's best in class. You do better than that, you don't get anything other than bragging rights. Oh, there you go, just like that, 004. Wow. 572, 118. Richard Collin goes 658, 102. Pearson Demings over there, three-way Chevrolet lane. By the way, Pearson, a couple of Napa, Idaho guys. Pearson left, Dustin Wrights. That's Dustin Wirtz in the Corvette convertible. Let me tell you something about Pearson. Last weekend at Boise, he had a perfect run. Trip zip perfect, dead on zero. By the way, he won that round. And, of course, in his words, next round, he sucked. Probably a hot dog or two on reaction time on this one. Because theoretically, Dustin and the Corvette should be the quicker of the two cars. Theoretically. In set. Oh, Pearson goes 26. Dustin goes 37. 517, 133. Dustin, 646, 105. Pearson in the Nova. So Pearson in that Idaho compound down there, it's going to be like, I'm bad daddy between us two. By the way, don't forget, if you have not gone over, signed up for that $20,000 64-car shootout that's going to run later on this afternoon, I highly suggest that you cruise on over there right now. Because it is 64 cars. If there's more than 64 cars, 32 are automatically in, and then they will draw for the next 32. And as when I looked this morning, I believe there was 45 entries. Team Learcamp far side. I have no idea who's driving because, well, Mark Dawson has been slacking and hasn't got all the information. You know, he was busy changing doorknobs. Oh, it's Chase Learcamp. Cool. Third generation drag racer over there. Of course, his family, Stan, JR, and now Chase have all spent a lot of time in the winner's circle at big money races. Chase is 42 on the tree, his first hit here at Formosa Drag Strip, and 455, 151 Chase. Well, this will be fun to watch. Jody George, left side. And another one that I believe this is Stan, if I'm not. Or is it David? Anyway, we'll check. I'll find out in due time. So Jody and the minor headache, which oh no, it's not Jody because Jody's standing there. Okay. 003 RED for the headache. Demi is 20 on the tree. 622, 108. The headache, 677, 107. Is Cliff Hall for the Hall brothers in the Maverick. And Jeff Kreider, the Wonder Wagon. Depends on how it runs. It's either the Wonder Wagon or the Blunder Wagon. By the way, all our friends out there on the World Wide Web at Facebook that promotes the Drag Strip page, glad to have you along for the ride. Going to be fun. $20,000 on the line later on today in the 64-car shootout. Red light start for Hall, left lane. Jeff is green. Cliff Hall 606 111. Jeff goes 731 91 miles an hour. It'll be the Wonder Wagon. Tim O'More in from AZ. Guy's pretty good at this stuff. So Tim will go on a single run as KJ will sit in the water box and wait. Tim's 27 on the tree in the Camaro. 591, 117, Tim O'More. Now it'll be KJ DeSaw, the team out of Las Wages. North Las Wages, by the way. See what KJ does here. First hit at the tree. $13 RED. The LAT Racing Oils team car, $479, $140. I love the Nova Dragster matchup. And I believe, I'm not sure which one of the Taurus girls this is. I'll have to find out. In the Dragster is Val Jr. standing over there. Crew chief now. He's been fired. Oh, 12 on the tree right side. Dragster is going to get there first. 458, 150. Nova goes 528, 132. Wow, that baby ain't bad. Jacob Beckwith, three-way Chevrolet lane, taking on the very. Ooh, I love this Mercury. That car's cool. Look at a tire underneath that thing. Red light start right side. 081 green. Jacob down there top end. The Merc goes 654, 104. Jacob 728, 93 miles an hour. Little father-son matchup here. Mike Agnew, the LAT Racing Oils, Extreme Powder Coating Chevelle, who went to the winner's circle at this race last year, and his kid over here right side, Garrett Agnew, in the Junior Comp Dragster, the King's Ransom Racing Team car. By the way, test and tune lanes are open. Test and tune, come on down, boys and girls. Don't forget, head over to the motorhome. See Chris, Megan, right behind the tower here, and sign up for that $20,000 shootout later on today. So Dad left, son right. And Garrett is going to be like talking big time because Dad went 10 red. Garrett was 40 green. Dad goes 607, 112. Garrett 647, 96 miles an hour. Steve White. Steve-O, former track champ here in Super Pro in the Summit Series. The team in from Ventura. I would wager to stay at Steve White's house right now. It's probably about 50 degrees because I know where he lives. Well, I've driven by. I've never been to his house because he doesn't want me there. Well, I wasn't too far off. It's 57 degrees there today. Warming up to a balmy 63 degrees in Ventura. If anybody cared, if you don't, okay, thanks. In set, here we go. 002. Oh, I missed. 019. Dragster down there top end is 489, 141, Steve White. By the way, best so far is 004 on the tree. Nobody's been perfect. Give it time. Yes, Jeff, I'll take care of that. Give me just a second, okay? Believe it or not, there's cars running. And I'm sorry I forgot. I know I should have done this hours ago. But anyway. You're welcome. See what the dragster does here, and then I have a public service announcement. PSA or something like that. 032 and 445, 151. Next pair coming up, Gerard Holly and Bruno Casella. Bruno far side. That's the Camaro in from Yorba Linda. Gerard, former track champion, former Division 7 champion, former Summit ET Racing Series national champion. And that's Chevelle in from Visalia. By the way, if you haven't had breakfast yet, the Dog Pound is open. New location on the pit side of the fence, not in the Grove. On the pit side, finally paid his rent or something, Jeff did. I'm not sure. But anyway, he's on the pit side now. Delicious breakfast burritos, great hot coffee and stuff. Just ease right on over there and put your cash on the table. Jeff deals in cash. Woo! Oh, I believe Greg Drew is driving Bruno's Camaro. Gerard goes 006, 564. Greg goes 011, 641 in Bruno's Camaro. Another fun one to watch right here. Dennis Paz, CW Hofer. If you was a gambling person, you would be wise to put money on either one of these two guys to win this thing today or win any day this weekend. Kid Performance Friday, Hughes Performance Saturday, Brazier Enterprises Sunday. Either one of them, in either pro or super pro, it doesn't make any difference. Pick your poison. In set, let's see what this baby is. Oh, Paz is 22, CW's 007. Dennis Paz in the El Camino, 657, 102. CW, 731, 91 miles an hour as his lovely wife leaves the tower now. She wanted to see what the hubs can do. Dale Torres, for one of my all-time favorite sponsors in drag racing, Broguiers Dairy, which I have some Broguiers Dairy chocolate milk in the tower for me because I left it here last weekend by accident. Yes, it is chocolate. And no, I can't deliver it to Arizona. Sorry, Andrew. So the front-motored small block dragster for Dale Torres. It's either Dale or Don. The brothers Brogier, or the brothers Torres, the Brogiers Dairy Dragster, they kind of trade off back and forth. There we go. Tickle that second light. Woo! 26 on the tree. 541, 125. And the Tom Bayers School of Drag Racing is in the house, which means you can get Chris Stock's autograph. So the other half of the Hofer Racing team, that's wife Sasha, who's pretty darn good at this too. Wouldn't bet against her. Let's see. Bet on Sean Langdon or bet on Sasha Hofer? Sasha's 42 RED. It's going to go 735. Well, 732.6. Come on. Give me a little credit. That was just a guess. A guesstimate. By the way, racers, if you have not entered into that 64-car shootout today for $20,000, this is your golden opportunity, a chance. Get over to the motorhome, Megan Forsyth's motorhome, I'm sorry, and jump right in there. Cash, $500 cash for $20,000. Hang on, I'm going to do the math on that. That's a pretty good investment. Better than you get in your savings account at the bank, which isn't saying much. Brian out of NorCal. This boy's pretty good at this. And Chris Stock. You know what? These guys raced in Super Comp last weekend here at Formosa Drag Strip. Actually, both of them did pretty good. So Chris will be over there in the first call, three-way Chevrolet lane, and the Michelob Ultra lane will be Brian. They're very geographically challenged. Brian's in from Pacifica, which is a very nice town in NorCal, and Chris Stock over there is out of Carlsbad, which is like on the coast down there in SoCal by San Diego. The weather's never bad down there. Weather ain't bad in Pacifica either. So Brian pre-stage is waiting on Chris. By the way, just an interested fair reporting, 004 is the best reaction time so far today. This won't be 004 either. They're not even going to come on the first page of my honor roll. 488, 142, Brian Cam, 502, 137, Chris Stock. Now it'll be David Pohl, another one of the Tom Bayer team cars, and Ken Swiel. Ken Swo, who gets one of the Cool Car Awards right now. We're going to start this baby off. Anybody who shows up in a Mercury, anybody who shows up in a Mercury gets bonus points. But then if you show up in a Mercury Capri, you get double bonus points. In from Oregon, one of the big-time hitters out of the Great Northwest, take on one of them boys out of that Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing with Professor Tom standing down there. David's 35 RED. Ken is 51 green. Dragster's 497 buck 40. The Mercury Capri 579 118 is now to be Larry Beckner for the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing. In from AZ, that's Arizona, for those of you who don't understand abbreviations. Vector's 42 green, and the Bayer team car, 488 141. Going door cars now with Tyler Smith right side and Ryan Pretty's Nova for Mountain View Performance. And Jay Griner, that is a Pontiac Ventura, by the way, left side. And that's a Nova right side, in case those you want to know. Now, Tyler has a dragster that runs 720s, buck 80 in the quarter mile. And, well, he was here last weekend and had a pan gasket leak. Pre-stage, staged. 001 red Tyler, 008 red Jay Griner. Tyler gets there first, 649, 103. Jay is 682, 299 miles an hour. Well, this is going to be fun to watch. Sasha Hofer looped back around, get another time shot. And Craig Mariles, that is your national champion in the Summit Series in that Camaro in the electric car, the EV category. I'll be politically correct. Craig pretty good. Sasha's pretty good. Actually, both of them are pretty good. I think I said that. Woo! Craig Mariles just goes best so far at 002, 634, 106 in the Camaro. Sasha's 731, 491 miles an hour in the Firebird. So Sasha's been 732, 2 and 731, 4, and she won't be happy. Mike Collins. Mike Collins in from the garlic capital of the world, Gilroy. It's up there, you know. It's not that San Jose is so boring. It's just that San Jose's next to Gilroy. There we go. Mike wasn't backing up there for a second. I had a sincere look of concern on my face. Brad Thompson, Brad Thompson says it's hard to concentrate at work watching the live feed. I've seen you drive. Oh, I'd love to take jabs at that guy. Mike is 23 on the tree. 471, 146. Here's a guy that's pretty good in the Mustang. Chuck Hawk Jr. out of Tucson, Arizona. See what CHJ can do here. Chuck is 004 red. Mustang goes down through there, 672, 100 miles an hour. Is Ethan Williams Jr. and the legend, Wes Anderson. Ethan right side, driving the Joe Gieslich dragster from Azir Enterprises, a track champion here in the Andra Series. In Junior Conf. Wes Anderson, of course, the national champion in the NHRA Heritage Series, and Nostalgia Eliminator 3, and that roadster over there for the legend in his own mind. Ethan's red, 12. Wes is 15 green. Ethan's 485, 142. Wes Anderson, 542, 125. I'm still waiting for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mile an hour. By the way, don't forget to scoot on over to the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic Motorhome right behind the tower. And sign up for that 64-car shootout for $20,000 to the winner. John Victorino. Victo, man, where's the shopping cart? Driving Nick Parabolaris' DP Converters pick-em-up truck in from Novato. And James Hartfigan, the Mazier Enterprises, Barracuda for Sir James. Victo's red in the truck. James is 22 green. 577, 118, Sir James. 682, 101 for John Victorino. As Professor Tom, the teacher, is now going to jump in behind his house car. So see what the teacher can do now. Shows all his students how to do it. $15 on the tree. 489, 142 for Professor Thomas. Dustin Wirtz. .002, Craig Merrill's best so far. But Dustin Wirtz is going to show up. Dustin Wirtz had to come up because he got whooped up on by Pearson Demings in his earlier time. Like he was 37 on the tree and Pearson was 26. Just saying. It's just, some type of facts. So Jody George just texted me, we have a racer in need, Holly Airbleed Jets. So if you have some Holly Airbleed Jets, go over there. The Minor Headache and the Wonder Wagon are all over there in that pit area. And the Crazy J. Ooh, Dustin's 31 on the tree. 516, 133, Dustin Wirtz. Not bad, but you're still no Pearson Demings, Dustin. Just, because Pearson was 27, so just saying. Oh, Amelia Hendricks, in from Washington, one of the D6 players. And Alan Valble. Alan rolling up in the Chevelle, the Michelob Ultra Lane. Alan in from Arizona. Rolls up. Amelia's 24 on the tree. And Amelia's 487, 141. Alan's 654, 115 in the boo. Colin Poist. The CP Auto Works team car for Colin right side. The Nova that they built at CP Auto Works there in Yucca Valley. Off Highway 62, I know that stuff. And Tim O'More. Tim get behind the wheel of his dragster. He's got the Camaro you saw up earlier. Tim Moore, 18 on the tree. 489, 141. Tim. Colin goes 648, 3, 104. Is Jeff Taylor and Ricky Duschel. Jeff out of Oregon. Be very cool, and it'll be very cool. Dodge Dakota with a big inch Mopar under the hood. Ricky Duschel for Aerospace Components, Mike's Transmissions. Duschel Family Motorsports out of Palmdale. There used to be a drag strip there, you know. Yep. Pretty good one at that. There we go. All four lights are on. Ricky's 003 red. Jeff Taylor's 12 green Corvette down there top end. 552, 125. Jeff is 586, 6, 120. Is Marco Parabolaris and David Beckwith. Marco for Pinello Racing Engines and Hoosier and Sister Layla down there, the crew chief to the stars, and David Beckwith. The stunning Nova. I mean, you need to look at this car. This thing is just immaculate. Better looking than anything I've ever had, which, well, I guess that's kind of a knock on him. Marco's 007 and trucks right on down through there. 448, 154. Marco Parabolaris. Dave Beckwith, 609, 113 in the Nova. Marco ain't bad, but he's no Craig Merlees. Kevin McClellan. So K-Max driving the wagon. Stephanie Paz, three-way Chevrolet lane in the Nova, which means if K-Max driving the wagon, his kid Dan is driving the Roadster. K-Mac, of course, yesterday was the anniversary of the passing of his father, the great Dave McClellan, who did so much in the announcer's booth, the NHRA and television stuff. Ooh, K-Max, 29 on the tree. Paz is 008. 645, 105 Nova. 659, 106 Malibu wagon. Dan McClellan. Little Mac. The Roadster taking on that Corvette. Little Mac 39 on the tree in the Roadster and 588, 130. Corvette is 682, 100 miles an hour. Mark DeMayashiro, the Flying Hawaiian. And Carl Greiner, three-way Chevrolet lane, the hay hauler. Oh, man. Grinder goes best in class. Right now, though, Mark goes 488, 139. Pickup truck 675, 101. And by the way, that is 001. Best so far. Joey Trotsky. That is the very long wheelbase altered. And Jason Pad. Jason in from Alberta, Canada. The lovely truck. $18 on the tree, right side, $19 left side. $498, $149. Joey Trotsky. Jason's $594, $113. DJ Homard, David Meyer, this pair. DJ over there in the stunning show quality Nova Wagon. And David, the former Division 7 champion from NorCal, the Cavalier with the 2.2 big block. Couple of door cars here. DJ in the wagon, David in the Cavalier. DJ made the move first. David's going to be the quicker of the two in the former Division 7 champ, 601, 117. DJ 725, 76 miles an hour. Jeff Kreider and Gage Cameron. One of the Cameron boys wheeling the dragster right side. And Jeff Kreider, the Wonder Wagon. O22 right side, O21 left side. Gage 498.8, 139 in the dragster, the Wonder Wagon. 726.7, 93 miles an hour. Jeff Kreider. By the way, don't forget 64 car shootout later on today. Cash entry. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic Motorhome right behind the tower for $20,000 to the winner. I'm going to jump in there with my Buick. So a single run. $37 on the tree. 438, 158. 438, 158. Alan Brown in from Vista. Jay Kasem's next door neighbor. Red light start, picking the front wheels up so cool as he does every time. 563, 120, Alan Brown. Dragsters, get your dragsters. One's long, one's short. Krista Sudan, Summit Super Pro track champion and the KS Industries dragster for Miss Krista, three-way Chevrolet lane. And Garrett Agnew, the King's Ransom dragster. Dad Mike, Mom Naomi, and the team out of Oak Hills. If you don't know where Oak Hills is, I'm going to tell you in a second. Maybe. By the way, Garrett paired up with his dad. His dad chickened out, said he whooped me up on the tree, so I don't want to race him again. Krista's 17 on the tree and goes 476, 145. Garrett's 60 on the tree and goes 633, 111. Hugh Miller, the Maverick. 72 Mav. Maverick top end, 670, 102. Jason Rosenbaum. The Townsend Brewery team car out of Victorville, which, by the way, if you're hungry and going home, you can shoot across the 58 and down the 395 and right into Victorville and go have dinner Sunday night. Jason, of course, you picked up the win at this race last year on Mizzier Enterprises Sunday. So Renee let him go to dinner. Oh, Jason ain't bad. 003, 465, 148. Ted Kellner. Wow. Legend out of NorCal, the Long Vega. By the way, a couple of quick reminders. Don't forget, M&M Fuels. Mike Rogers set up just inside the pit gate there. Goodyear and Mickey Thompson tires in the house. If you need a new set of slicks, I'll get one for my Buick and Vista on the front. Dog Pound is open. Breakfast burritos, hot coffee. And they're very good. I can vouch for that. I haven't missed many of them. The Mike English special will be up later. Ted Kellner, 005. And I will tell you, it's been a while since that guy's been on a 3 Ember tree. 624, 119, Ted Kellner. Corvette back up again. Tony Marconi coming up. Jody George, you tell me. I made the announcement. Corvette's 19 on the tree. That ain't bad. 678, 100 miles an hour. Tony Marconi in from Arizona. El Bandito Yankee Tequila. Yeah, let's go down to his pit area. The 76 Plymouth Arrow drop top. And from one of my all-time favorite towns, Surprise, Arizona. I know that surprised you. Tony's going to go 009. Well, never mind. He didn't go 009. I'm not even going to tell you what it was because I was way off. 592.7, 116, Tony Marconi. Pedro Valdez. See what Pedro does here in the Firebird. .32 on the tree green with the wheels up launch. And the Firebird, 708, 95 miles an hour. Mike Agnew, left side Chevelle. Of course, one of the guys, Mike Agnew, one of the guys last year that took home some big time cash on Saturday in Pro ET. 006 red right side, 019 red left side. 444 154. Dragster 607 112 Chevelle. Cliff Hall. The Hall brothers 70 Maverick. Cliff Hall, 25 on the tree, 6038113. Oh, we'll go dragster side by side this time with Ethan Williams for Joe Gieslick and Travis Ringoff. The TNT team car in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Now, Travis's car, I believe, three-way Chevrolet lane is a little bit quicker than Ethan Williams in the Michelob Ultra lane. I believe. That's what I believe. Of course, Ethan Rightside, former junior dragster, track champion. Stepping in them big cars and looking for more success. Like maybe getting that 64 car shootout, which, by the way, still has some openings left. So right over in this Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic motorhome right behind the tower. Get in on that program. 64 car shootout for $20,000. Travis, the better of the two at 032 in that three-way Chevrolet lane. And shuts it off, 487, 110 Travis. Ethan goes 482, 142 Michelob Ultra lane. Test and tune lanes are open. Test and tune lanes are open. Come on in. By the way, while you're coming up into the test and tune lanes, a golden opportunity to scoot right on over to the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic Motorhome and sign up for that 64-car shootout. And then go get breakfast right over there at the Dog Pound. Breakfast burritos are delicious. And while you're at it, you can ease right over to the Goodyear Tires, Mickey Thompson trailer there. Bet yourself a new set of slicks. And now that you're set to go, M&M Fuels has race fuel. Will Harrison, three-way Chevrolet lane, the dragster, and Chuck Hawk Jr., the pickup truck out of Arizona. Of course, Will, the chassis builder, and does all that stuff and everything. And I believe this is a brand new car that he just finished up, if I'm not mistaken. Don't forget, 001 is best. It's that Carl Greiner. Chuck is pre-stage, waiting on Will. Will lights that first light. If you want to be like the man or woman, you got to be perfect now. Chuck's 26, Will's 42. Look at the pickup truck. Check that baby out. 489, 143, Chuck Hawk. 518, 132, Will Harrison. Tim O'More, Camaro. So Tim going to take a single run. Then we'll put Tyler Smith and Alan Valvo paired up. Tim 16 red. Camaro goes 591, 117. Now, Alan, Tyler. Tyler driving Uncle Ryan's Nova for Mountain View Performance. And Alan Valvo, Prescott, Arizona, the 72 Chevelle BBC. Tyler 019 red, and Alan missed the tree, the Chevelle, but going to get there first. 595, 117, Chevelle 650, 103. Tyler, Uncle Ryan's Nova, DJ Homar, Jacob Beckwith. DJ, the 66 Nova wagon for Duschel Racing in Palmdale, Jacob Beckwith. The Malibu for Beckwith Motorsports out of my all-time favorite town, Rancho Cucamonga. Wow, not sure what happened to Deej there, but he left like way early. The Nova wagon. 738, 179 miles an hour. DJ Jacobs, 731, 93 miles an hour in the Malibu. It's Dustin Wirtz and Amelia Henches. Amelia right side, the drags are in from Olympia, Washington. Dustin, of course, out of Nampa, Idaho. I know where that's at, by the way. It's in Idaho. Southwest of Firebird Raceway. Now, Dustin's been 37 and 31 on the tree. Still not as good as his Bud Pearson Demings. Still not as good as his Bud Pearson Demings. Amelia's 486, 7, 141. Dustin's 516, 133. Is Dan McClellan, the old man's roadster, taking on the Mustang. Oh, the Mustang like all sideways on the burnout. So Little Mac going to take a single run in the Roadster here. Little Mac, 588, 130 on the single run. And Gabe Torres, right side the dragster, taking on the Mustang in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Gabe's 19 on the tree. Top end, that dragster's 467, 148. Mustang 656, 104. Rich Llewellyn, the Nova. And Steve White. Dragster out of Ventura. How about 005 left, 013 right. Steve White, 492, 129. Rich is 653, 104. J.R. Spear, Mercury Comet, and Dave Clavel. The Vega Wagons rule. Whoa! Hang on there, Vega. That was like going for the moon. It's hanging out with Sputnik up there. 658, 104 JR. And Vega's going to come to a stop about 400 foot down track there. And man, that baby skied the front wheels. That was cool. Well, it was cool for me. I don't think it was cool for him. He's probably not. Dave probably wasn't very happy. By the way, Cleet, I forgot to tell you. Not paying attention to me. Hey, Cleet Norris. Chris Forsythe. Well, I'll tell you in a second. I'll start singing it. Said no one. So Dave gets her going again, and Cleet going to follow him down there on the quad. The big guy there, I'll tell you, I want him to hear it because it is, after all, it is the anniversary of his birth. David Pohl, Barracuda, and Chase Trimp. The Chase Mobile and the Datsun. Pretty good at this. Dave ain't bad either in that CUDA. .001 red, Chase in the Datsun. David out of the throttle and cruising in the CUDA at 892. David Chase goes 701, 99 miles an hour. Brian Cam, Dean Tabler. Dean Honey Badger, in from Oregon. And Brian Cam, NorCal. .44 left on the tree, 45 right. Brian Cam, 497, 140. Dean is 573, 119. Brian was 44. Dean was 45. It's Chase Learcamp, Mike Polton. Polton's got my favorite car, the Jeep. The 50 Jeep for Mike Polton. And Chase Learcamp. That race Learcamp family out of Olympia, Washington. It's got like a permanent residence in the big money race winner circle. Stan's been there. JR's been there. Now Chase. Well, Chase already visited just not too long ago. Hung out there with a big check. How about the first perfect reaction time of the weekend goes to Chase Learcamp. Perfect in 4:55, 1:51 Chase. Mike Bolton is 6:39, 1:03 in the Jeep. Ryan Clavel far side and Kyoki Dasa out of North Las Vegas. And Ryan did a burnout there. That baby kind of like went nowhere. There we go. Wanted to test Rick, our great starter, Rick Schoengart, the starter out there. Of course, Kevin in the water box, Racemaster, paid no attention. So Kyoki, another one of those guys out of the youngsters out of the junior dragster ranks. And Ryan Clavel, Oak Hills. Jay Kasem knows where that's at. Ryan's 009. Kyoki 442, 155. Ryan Clavel 484, 142. It's Jay Griner and Kevin McClellan. K-Mac, K&N Filters, Malibu Wagon, Jay Griner, the Pontiac Ventura. Of course, Chase Learcamp is the man. Perfect reaction time for the Chase Mobile. So Jay left, Kevin right. So door cars, Jay and Kevin. By the way, the Malibu is LS powered if you cared. Oh, Kevin McCullen going after Chase Slurkamp. Goes 004. Jay is 21. Kevin's 655, 106. Jay Griner, 682, 99 miles an hour. As Carly Ball and David Meyer, a Division 7 champ far side, a track champ right side. Miss Carly and the racetrans.com junior dragster, junior comp dragster. Depending on what Jeff Ball's got the tune-up, it should dip down into the 680s, 670s. I have absolutely no idea. I just said that. Carly goes 14 red. David Myers 17 green. Cavalier is 592, 117. Ooh, Carly goes 646, 105. And that's going to do it for my shift. And Jay Kasem is going to slide in here and tell you about the next pair, which is Pedro Valadez and Krista Sudan.
Mike English, thank you very much. Pedro's got that Firebird cleaned up and looking nice. By the way, speaking of looking nice, you guys really need to swing by the tower and check out Mike. He's looking good today. Krista off the line with a real nice 014, and guess what? Pedro just absolutely treated her. 006 goes 705 at 95.38 miles an hour. Krista runs through in the dragster with a nice 475 at 145.3 miles an hour. KJ Desa out of North Las Vegas, not to be confused with any other directions out of Las Vegas. Actually, there is a city and actually an airport of North Las Vegas. Dean Bush out of Las Vegas as well. Not north, south, east, no, just Las Vegas. 07 Mullis chassis. A little bitty 632 cubic inch, well, what would you say? It's inline 4 Chevrolet power for the dragster over in the three-way Chevrolet side. KJ in the Michelob Ultra lane. For those of you that are listening back in the pits, and when Michelob Ultra lane is what we refer to as the right lane or tower side, and the three-way Chevrolet lane, which is on the far side. Dean Bush runs through with a 476 at 143 miles an hour. KJ starts it out red, then goes 479 at 140 miles an hour. Bruno's 91 Camaro, a nice 03 off the tree. George Haley's 66 Chevelle flies through there. 5.666 at a 123. Sorry, Mike, 0.13. Close. 640 at 106 miles an hour for that 91 Camaro. Tim O'More out of Tucson, the 02 Gilbert chassis dragster, alongside Jordan Yeager out of Hollister, the 69 Camaro. Dragster off the line with an 019 light. Runs through the other end, 490 at 140. The Camaro, 636 with a 4 at 113.5. Greg Dreher, Mr. 007, driving the 1957 Morris Minor. Yep, that car's a handful. Speaking of a handful, Mark Miyashiro out of Torrance, driving the dragster over in the three-way Chevrolet side. The Flying Hawaiian ain't lying. Oh, looking for that green light. He goes 005 on the red side. Mark runs through 488 at 139 miles an hour. Mr. Dreher goes 689 at 106. Starts out with a nice 02. Talking to Greg earlier, and he said that broke the car and borrowing this one. Well, it looks like he's doing pretty good in the loaner car. Elliot Franco, 2018 dragster alongside Jeff Kreider. Jeff driving the Wonder Wagon. Oh, 01 lights a pair. Dragster's going to get there first at 5:04 at 134. Jeff runs through with a 726 at 93.97 miles an hour. Dave Beckworth out of Rancho Cucamonga, the 1964 Chevy 2. All right, listen up. There's a few entries left. Guys, we're getting pretty close to that deadline. If you plan to get into that $20,000 shootout, there's one way to do it, and that is bring your money and get on up here because there's just a few spots left. So now's the time, guys. Like I said, the cutoff is going to be in about 45 minutes. And the shootout, times trial for the shootout is going to happen at approximately 1:30 today, and then we're going to go into eliminations about an hour after that. So, guys, you got plenty of time as far as the test and tune is concerned to get a couple extra passes in. If you think you've got your car dialed and haven't jumped into that 64-car shootout, now's the time, guys. So make your way to the trailer directly behind the tower, and that is the West Coast Classics trailer. And it's $500 cash for $20,000. Let's say it takes 3 hours, right? You get 60 times your money. Tony Marconi driving the little Arrow Sans top. Dragster off. Oh, man, Tony, 008 on the tree. 593 at 115 for the Arrow. 440 at 157. Dragster sneaking up on that 160-mile-an-hour mark in the 8th mile. Wow, that is plenty. Jeff Higgins out of Boise, Idaho, the 34 Roadster, alongside Ken Swo, Oregon City, Oregon. 72 Mercury Capri flies, goes off the tree, 009, runs 580 to 118 miles an hour. That little car will make it down there. The Roadster, 555 at 125. Little Aldred makes a nice move through the middle of the track, goes 5:89. Starts it out with a red light at 113.7 miles an hour. I believe he's shutting it down somewhere there in the middle, but still made a nice move. It's a family affair. Riley Learcamp out of Olympia, Washington, driving the Learcamp's machine alongside Caitlin Torres. Torres family making Chino, California famous. 21 Miller chassis car out red by 2 thou. Riley gets off the line. Nice 007 on the green side. 461, 149. 459, 150 for Caitlin. Both these cars, generations of racers at this point. Dragsters a pair. Amelia Hentage out of Olympia, Washington, driving 07 Mullis machine. Amelia rolls out like the brake didn't set. Gets no information. 4:36 at 158 miles an hour over here in the Michelob Ultra side. Alan Brown off the line goes 5.62 at 120 miles an hour. Little 34 coupe flies. A little bit of check of the track here real quick. We'll get right back to racing again. Want to remind everybody, guys, listen up. If you've ever thought about winning $20,000, now's practically your best chance in the whole wide world to do it. All you need to do is swing on by the West Coast Classics trailer, drop them a $500 bill, and $20,000 can be yours by the end of the day. That's right. Man, I got news for you. I don't even care how good you are in the stock market. You're not going to turn $500 into $20,000 in one day. No chance. This is your only chance to do it right now. And all you got to do is just be a little bit better than the other guy. You don't even have to be the best one on that particular day. You just got to be the best one on that particular pass. Easy peasy. Roadster versus Dragster. Roadster gets there first, even though ran about 300ths of a second slower. Wow. Man, you have to do some serious math on that. 004 at the stripe. Nice 02 light off the line. 543 beats a 540. Ricky Dushel out of Palmdale driving the Aerospace Components Mike's Transmission 63 Corvette. Got a line of sponsors on that machine. Here's a guy that carries a little fame around here out of Pinella Motorsports. That's Marco Parvalis. Marco getting the job done big time around here. Last race. I'll bet he's in the $20,000 shootout. So the West Coast bracket races, $20,000 shootout. Guys, there's a few spots left. So Ricky lining up the Corvette alongside Marco. Marco red by 1 thou. Ricky green by 7 thou. 449, 154 for Marco. Ricky's Corvette goes 552 at 126 miles an hour. J.R. Spear out of Sonoma, the 64 Comet. Sitting down over a bunch of tire. Good-looking machine. Alongside Joey Trotsky, making the trip over from Ventura. 32 Bantam Roadster. Joey goes red. JR goes green. Bantam Roadster runs through with a 497 at 149.2 miles an hour. That's Joey. JR runs through at a 660. Excuse me. I'll say it eventually, Mike. I promise. 660 with a 7 at 103.91 miles an hour. It's easy for you to say. Mark Barnhart making the trip over from New Mexico alongside Richard Lalo. Richard driving the 64 Ranchero. Chasing after that dragster. Mark off the line 041 goes 463, 148. 722 at 93 miles an hour for Richard in his Ranchero. Chris Stock going to school. 04 Worthy car. Tom Bear out there giving him directions, teaching him a little something or other. Says, go this way real fast. Dustin Wirtz. 2023 American Chassis Corvette. All right. Wirtz family put Idaho on the map when it comes to racing down here. Wirtzes have been coming this direction for a while. O2 off the tree for Dustin. He goes up 518 to 133. 015 for Chris Stock. 015 turns that into a 501 at 136.79 miles an hour in the school machine. Ethan Williams driving the dragster answers that question. I wasn't quite sure who was driving the Gieslink machine. Alongside David Pohl. Notice the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC logo on the side of that machine for a reason. Obviously, we'd like to thank those guys quite a bit for bringing a ton of cash into beautiful Southern California. Of course, now Silver State is in Southern California considerably. It was funny when I first started announcing these things. It was like, why would a company in Nevada be interested in putting races on in California? Now it's funny, every time I'm driving down a highway, I see a Silver State refrigeration truck. Wow, Ethan Williams off the line, 007, goes 481 at 143 miles an hour. Dave off the line with an 03, goes 5.12 at 140 miles an hour. Larry Beckner making the trip over from Scottsdale, Arizona, alongside Mike Polton. It's a 1950s Jeep. I've ridden in a 1950s Jeep before, and it might have been the scariest thing I've ever done. They weren't much over about 30 miles an hour, but I think this one's got a little suspension upgrade. Red light for the Jeep. Dragster out 0-2. Larry Beckner runs through with a 489 at 141 miles an hour. 673 104 for the Jeep. Pearson Deming running Super Pro in what looks to be grandma's car. Definitely you would not you would easily mistake that car as a Super Pro machine. No, it really does look like something you'd see in the parking lot, but this car carries some serious fame. Pearson Deming's put this thing in a winner's circle plenty of times. Chris Johnson alongside in the 72 Duster. 08 off the tree. Pearson goes 00 red. Johnson's machine runs through with 589 at 115 miles an hour. The 77 Nova with the vinyl top and the extra trim. 649 at 104.9 miles an hour. Coleman Poise out of Joshua Tree. Kind of a strange destination location, Joshua Tree. A lot of people go up that way. Alongside Steve Aldrich, Sacramento, 70 Mach 1. Mach 1 off the line first, 043. 67 Chevy 2 right there with him. Goes 650 with a 5 at 104.6 miles an hour. 654 at 104 for Steve's Mach 1. Brad Pierce, many time national event winner. Multiple time, many time. The 58 Corvette you see lined up in the Michelob Ultra Lane alongside Tyler Smith. Tyler driving the 68 Nova. Big wheel stand using that Mountain View performance power. Pierce off the line first with an 04, goes 636 at 118 miles an hour. 651 at 103.9 for Tyler. Here's J.R. Learcamp. Alongside Jason Pad. Jason, the 09 Mullis machine. Jason off line 027. JR off line 047. Learcamp's machine flying through there 458 with a 1 at 151.6 miles an hour. 454 at 152.1 miles an hour for Jason's machine. Alberta, Canada. Man, that is a trip. Stan Deming bringing his Nova. It looks a little racier than Pearson's, but, you know, it's got a little sleeper feel to it. Oh, one lights a pair. Stan runs through with a 626 at 107. The little stretched out Vega goes off 641 at 118 miles an hour. Mike Emery, we have something for you in the tower. Mike Emery, we have something for you in the tower. Come on up. Eric Dodge, not driving a Dodge. Matter of fact, he's driving a Nova. Alongside C.W. Hofer, driving a Firebird. CW 033, Eric 022. Eric in the 68 Nova is going to get there first with a 530 at 131 miles an hour. That's a nice running machine right there. CW, steady and true, goes right through there with a 733 at 91 miles an hour. They might as well just paint that on the window. Hugh Muller out of Carmel Valley, the 72 Maverick, alongside Sasha Hofer. Sasha trying to get on the leaderboard there with a 004. Goes 733 with a 3. Yeah, if that sounds like a repeat, there's a reason. Those cars run almost identical. Hugh Muller goes 671. Dragsters a pair. Well, school's out. Now the professor's going to play. Tom Bear, an 03 undercover machine over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane alongside Neil Pressimone. Neil out of Las Vegas. Quarter Pro Shifters, the sponsor on his machine. So it's dragsters a pair. Green light for Tom. Neil puts it on red by 1/1000, goes 476, 144. The professor goes 490 with an 8 at a 141.5. Alan Volvo driving the 72 Chevelle. Looks like he's done a little bit of work to that machine again since we've seen it. Another one of those cars. You don't necessarily got to go real fast, you just got to go real sane. Mike Agnew out of Oak Hills. All right, guys, it's getting tight to the wire here. There's approximately 8 spots left open for the 64 car shootout. So if you're on the fence, time to get off the fence. Get on down. Come to the trailer, sign up. 64 car shootout, 8 spots, $20,000. Do the math. If you turn 8 into 20,000, that's a pretty good day at the office. And you're at the track instead, which even makes it better. Mike Agnew goes 607, 112 miles an hour. Alan Volvo runs through with a 597 at 117 in the Chevelle. Next pair coming your way. Krista. Krista's been putting some passes on this dragster alongside Chad Axford. Chad driving the Race Tech dragster that you see on the three-way Chevrolet side. Chad gets out first by just a smidge. That's an official drag racing term. 016 on the tree for Chad. He goes 443 at 154 miles an hour. Krista runs through with a 474 at 145.6. Craig Merrilies driving the 79 Camaro alongside Will Harrison out of Tracy. Camaro staging up. Will taking his time. Will Harrison out of Tracy, California. Oh, red by 7,000. Check this out. I think we have a new leader on the reaction time board. 001 for Craig. Craig Merrilies goes, 79 Camaro goes 001, goes 633 at 105.98 miles an hour. Will starts out red, then goes 516 at 132. Actually, some people were busy while I was off the air. Take that back. We have seen a couple of perfects so far. So far in the top 10, 004. There's 4 people tied with 004s. Here's Kevin McClellan. Kevin driving the tuna wagon. Nice 02 for Kevin. 1.50 on the 60-footer. That wagon jumps. 655 at 106.3 miles an hour. Gage Cameron goes 495 at 139.9. Chris Johnson bringing the Duster back around. If you hadn't heard it said, of course, there's no run cards today. You basically, as many times as you want to pull in the lanes and run it, you're more than welcome to. Garrett Agnew driving a little motorcycle-powered, not really, can't call it a junior dragster. It's got a junior comp car. Goes 630 at 111 miles an hour. Chris Johnson's Duster, real nice pass at 595. Sean Ealing, 91 Corvette, alongside Daniel McClellan. The 27 Roadster. So it's kind of like a generational thing. We have a lot of race families that 2 and sometimes even 3 generations in, all racing at the same time. Both cars leave similar. 030 for Daniel. Sean goes 027. Roadster runs at 585 at 130 miles an hour. 646 at 105 for the 91 Corvette. Mike Collins out of Gilroy. You know, earlier Mike was giving you directions on how to find Gilroy. It's pretty easy, man. All you got to do is just kind of smell it. Follow the truck. Tim O'More, the 02 Gebhardt Dragster. Mike Collins, 010 light, goes 473 at 145 miles an hour. Tim O'More off the line with an 035 light, and he goes 489, 141. So dragster's doing dragster things. Here's Petey. That's right, Jeannie. Petey's out here finally. He showed up. They got out of bed, and then they went over and they checked the mail, you know, whatever they did. But they finally, Petey's here. So we see Pete alongside Steve White. Steve driving a dragster. So the 78 Porsche 924. It's had minor modifications. You know, it was a performance car when it was built. I just don't think it would lift the front wheels past a tree like this one does. Dragster 489, 141.1 for Steve. Petey goes through there with a 565 at 123.06. So close, Mike. He's looking for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got a 123.06 right there. So Petey making the pass. That means there's going to be a few other folks around here shortly. Nice to see a bunch of new faces out here. That's a cool thing. Dean Bush out of Las Vegas alongside a third-generation Camaro. Don't have any information on the car yet. Excellent reaction times both sides. 023 for the dragster. Dean runs through with a 476 at 143 miles an hour. Camaro 827 at 82 miles an hour. Carly Ball. Ball family does a lot of racing down towards Southern California way there. Carly driving the Pro Comp machine alongside Richard Lello. Carly off the line. That's right, you hear it shifting. Basically, you're racing a motorcycle, just stretched out just a little bit more. 687, 104 for Carly. Richard runs through a nice 018 light off the tree, goes 716. Chase Trimp, 69 Opal, coming out of the water right now alongside C.W. Hofer. 732.9. CW 019 off the tree. Chase right there with him, 025. Gets to the other end. CW 730 with a 7. Picked up a little bit, 92 miles an hour. The 025 start for Chase runs a 723 at 85.9 in his 69 Mini Brute. Chuck Hawk Jr. making the trip out from Tucson. 89 Mustang. Pedro Valadez. Nice 029 light for Chuck Hawk Jr. 673 with a 3. 100.75 miles an hour. Pedro goes 704 at 95.84 miles an hour, and it looks to be a Firehawk. Maybe got the Firehawk look to it now. Got that car cleaned up, looking good, man. It looks great. Jacob Beckwith. The 79 Malibu. Malibu runs through there, goes 727 at 93.8 miles an hour. Take a couple seconds of downtime here. I want to tell everybody right now, guys, is the time. Got just a few spots left open in the 64 car $20,000 shootout. So again, if you're just getting here or if you've been on the fence, now it's time to jump off that fence, swing on over to the trailer, and bring them the money. You can turn $500 into $20,000 in about 4.5 hours. How in the world can you call that not the best investment you've made ever? So again, guys, $20,000 is up for grabs.
And all you got to do is just put on the win light a few times. Like 5 of them. Stephanie Paz driving a 68 Chevy Nova. I think 68 was the last year they called them Chevy 2s. You could possibly have a Chevy 2 or a Nova. other side. Can't see enough to tell you what's going on over there. I bet it's fast. Brian Cam. The 03 Sacramento chassis car. Everybody's red. Stephanie red 01. Brian red 008. That dragster runs a 4.86 at 142 miles an hour. 6:45 1062 for Stephanie Paz. Rob Strong bringing the 68 Firebird around the corner. Rob off the line 08. Running for the other end goes 6.89 at 98.5 miles an hour. His first pass of the day. Guarantee you'll see that car quite a bit more today. Amelia Henches driving the 07 Mullis dragster, backing up from the burnout alongside Jim Harvison. Jim driving the Missouri Enterprises 67 Barracuda. Jim Harvison 002 on the tree. Amelia's dragster 06 on the tree, but gets there first with a 4.87 at 141.7 miles an hour. 5.77 at 120.46 miles an hour for Jim in the Sir James Cuda. KJ DeSalle out of North Las Vegas alongside Jeff Taylor. Jeff Taylor driving the 99 Dakota pickup truck. Jeff Taylor making the trip down from Forest Grove, Oregon. KJ staging up the yellow dragster. Nice 013 versus 015. Dragster goes 4.78 at 140.69 miles an hour. Taylor at case you say, well, it's like all or nothing. It's not all or nothing. Nope. You can make 8 times on your money by just, you're not going to win it, but you'd be the best loser. So, 64 cars, 20,000 to win. There's just a few spots left, guys, gals. If you're on the fence, it's time to stop thinking about it. Deadline is now, basically. Here's Colby Fuller. Colby driving the dragster on the three-way Chevrolet lane, making that trip from Savannah, Georgia, a 008 to the good. Travis Ringhoff goes 009, so a pair of near-perfect lights. 4.53 at 153 miles an hour for Travis. 4.37, here it is. Colby's the first 160 I've seen out here. Wow. Okay, I'll go. I promise. Guys, all right. Listen to that. Carl Grant. He's out of Klamath. An 82 S10. Along with the collection of pickup trucks that they have out here. A large collection of pickup trucks. Dave Meyer out of Sheridan. I'm not sure that's a Cavalier. I've seen a lot of Cavalier. That's not a Cavalier. That is Dragster. 4.73 at 145.9 miles an hour. Carl runs through with a 676 with a 0 at 101.13 miles an hour. All right, one more thing. We've hit the cutoff on the 64. Mark Miyashiro in SO2 goes 488, 139.6 miles an hour. Mr. Dessa goes, unfortunately, 003 to the red side, 442, 155. You get back to, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to introduce Mike English, and Mike English can tell you. All right, Mikey, I'll do it. All right, listen up. Quick, for the 64-car shootout. All right, listen up, guys. We've now hit the cutoff. So what happens is there's 8 spaces left in the 64-car shootout. The next 8 people, it's first come, first serve. You get in, and you're guaranteed a spot. All of you that were worried about whether or not there's going to be a drawing, there is no drawing now. Next 8 cars entered is going to fill the field, and that's the way it's going to be. So if you were worried about not wanting to pay your money and get the drawing or whatever, don't worry about it. There is no drawing. Now, we filled the last 8 spaces between now and eliminations, and you guys are all in. Once we hit the 64 cars, we're 8 away from it. Once we hit 64 cars, we're done. And here's Mike English to tell you more about it. Thank you, Jay. Sasha Hofer, Steve Olivet. The cool Mustang out of Sacramento, says Jason, but I'll tell you that in a second. Hang on. Sasha's 009. Sasha has been killing the tree of that fire. It's stunning. Steve-O down there, that Mustang, 656, 104. Sasha, 731, 92 miles an hour. So 8 spots open for the 64-car shootout tonight for $20,000. You need to scoot over to the motorhome right behind the tower here and sign up on that. Get in there. Any of those people who thought they were going to be in the drawing, those 24 cars, your spot is guaranteed. You are in it now. So 8 spots open. Head over there right now and jump in to fill out the 64 races Sunday for $10,000 in that Townsend Brewery Dragster for wife Renee and Jeff Carter. Barnes Custom Engines. Wonder Wagon. Oh, Waterbox pair is pretty cool.
Jason, 37 on the tree, 470-146, 732, 90 miles an hour. Jeff Kreider, by the way, just to be fair, that's 4,700 for Jason Rosenbaum. John Victorino and either Mike or Zach Ealing. I believe it's Mike. I believe. The El Camino, two NorCal guys here. This will be kind of fun. Victo driving Marco Parabolaris' pickup truck. The shopping cart is broken. I told him earlier when he made his first run, that car, the truck right side hadn't run since October. It had a little bit of rust in it. Well, now all the rust is all over Bakersfield. Victo's 22 on the tree. Mike or Zach goes below 6. Ealing top end, 6.654, 100 miles an hour. Victo's 6.85, 100 miles an hour. And the hay hauler, side by side. Carly Ball. Oh, Carly Ball's going to race her dad. Seriously. Carly Farside, the racetrans.com, junior dragster, junior comp dragster, and Jeff Ball driving Justin's car. Jeff was going to wait. He was chicken. He didn't want to get whooped up on by his daughter. Well, Carly won the reaction time. She was 0.29. Jeff was 1.23. Jeff goes 5.85, 140. Carly coasting 7.89 at 50 miles an hour, a car that's normally just over 100 in the 8th mile. And Colin Poist and Ted Kellner. CP far side. He signs the paychecks at CP Auto Works in Yucca Valley. That's the Nova that they built in the shop down there. Did a great job of Ted Kellner. Out of NorCal. San Jose, if you want to get technical. Waiting for Carly Ball to clear the track top end. There we go. Ted Kellner been wheeling this Vega a very long time. So Colin rolls up left side. Rich gets to be the pit bitch, and this takes the pictures this session. Collins 005 red. Ted is 024 green. Ted Kellner 642, 118. Collins 651, 104. Dan McClellan, Mark Barnhart, this pair. New Mexico right, SoCal left. Mark Barnhart, 017 in the dragster out of New Mexico. 464.5, 148. Little Mac on the roadster. Dan McClellan, 586, 130. Ken Sway taking on the Nova. The Mercury Capri for Ken. Oh, 17 left side. And Ken missed it at 75 right side. Nova's 574, 118. Ken goes 580, 118. Chuck Hawk Jr. That's the pickup truck. And Jeff Higgins, the 34 Chevrolet Roadster, in from Idaho. Chuck Hawk far side out of Tucson. That's in Arizona, by the way. Chuck Hawk, 31 on the tree, 490, 143. Jeff Higgins, 29 on the tree, 554, 125. Ricky Duschel, 63 Corvette. Dad Rick standing down there. Don't forget, golden opportunity to scoot on over there. Sign up for that 64 car West Coast bracket race, $20,000 shootout. Those of you who signed up earlier, the 24 guys, 32 to 50, whatever it is, sign up. It is going to be great later on this afternoon. Have a few spots left open. Scoot on over there and sign that baby up and get in for $20,000. Ricky's 10 on the tree in the Corvette. 551, 125. Bruno Casella. Camaro, the runner in from Yorba Linda. Bruno's 31 on the tree. 639, 105. 639, 105. Mike Reynolds, 02 Corvette. Corvette top end, 682, 100 miles an hour. I still don't have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, I have two requests. Exactly 100 miles an hour, 100.00, and then a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. David Pohl, 68 CUDA. It's a Hemi. David made a run earlier, had to shut her off. David's 39 on the tree, and that CUDA didn't sound right. 693, 99 miles an hour, David. Gerard Hawley. Pretty good old resume for old Gerard. 66 Chevelle out of Visalia. In Super Pro, former track champ, former division champ, former Summit ET Racing Series national champ.
Pretty good at this stuff. Chevelle don't run bad either, by the way. Don't forget to scoot over the motorhome right behind the tower there and sign up. 64-car shootout for $20,000. George 20 on the tree. 5, 6, 5, 1, 2, 3. Oh, Gerard, you were close. I want that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I want exactly 100 miles an hour today. I don't want to wait till Sunday. I want it out of the way today. Julianne Meloff. And one of the great cars coming in from Washington. Julianne will take a single end here. On the tree. 495, 112, Julianne. May have lifted off the throttle down there, too. Speed down a little bit. Dustin Wirtz and Robert Butler. Robert Forsythe, that's the drag stream from Citrus Heights over there, you know. It's that three-way Chevrolet right in. Dustin Wirtz, the Wirtz Racing Motorsports Corvette, Idaho. I believe Julianne stopped on the track down there, top end. They're moving very slow. There we go. Got it off the track. So Dustin, Robert, pull up here. Dustin's 11 red, 24 green, Robert Butler. Robert's 464, 148. Dustin 519, 133. It's Pearson Demings. Far side. The Firebird Raceway in Boise last week, and they called him Perfect Pearson until he came up for the next round. Series Biz, he was perfect in reaction time. Dead zero, and then came up the next round. He wasn't quite so perfect. So the convertible Corvette and the 77 Nova. And with a kid performance power plants under the hood of that Nova. be scared. He's never gone this fast before. His Supergas Roadster only runs 12s. I made that up. Kimmel Moore, 003 red. Gagos, 18 green. The Porsche, 561, 123. Kimmel Moore, 592, 117. See, people are working with me. 12372. I need a 12345. It's so simple. Stan Deming, David Beckwith. Stan far side, the 76 Nova. David over here, the 64 Nova. Dave Beckwith, the second perfect reaction time of the weekend in the Nova. Stan Deming was 22 red, 607, 114. David Beckwith, 625, 108. Stan Deming. By the way, so David Beckwith, Chase Learcamp, both perfect reaction times. Speaking of perfect reaction times, how about C.W. Hofer, Gabe Torres? C-Dubs 006 red, Gabe 21 green, 468, 148 Gabe Torres, 735, 84 C.W. Hofer. Mark Yeager, Alan Brown, this pair. Alan Vista, the Brown, and Brown to Coupe. Yeager, the Corvette. Big speed guy, Yeager's riders. Last weekend here at Formosa Drag Strip and Supergas, that baby in 990 mode ran almost 180. 179.56, I think it was. I told him the thing was weak, needs a new motor. Got no power. That power to run 180. Another set. 009 left second. Alan Brown, 004. Alan Brown, 579, 119. Mark Yeager leaves it in Supergas mode. Goes 009, 710, 134. Brian McCall, 67 Camaro. Air conditioning dude is Brian up there in Petaluma. And Ethan Williams. Joe Giesecke in the house over there looking cool because he's crew chief today. I have other names for him, but that's different. Ethan's 007 red. Brian 20 green in the Camaro. Ethan 484, 142. Brian 719, 94 miles an hour. Sean Ealing, that racing Ealing family. I mean, like everybody. I think the dog races, if I'm not mistaken, in this family. See what Sean does in the Corvette? $35 on the tree. 6, 4, 6, 7, 105. 1 652 104 in the Nova for CP Autoworks. Joey Trotsky, Pedro Valdez. Pedro the far side, that's the bird. Joey over here in the long wheelbase band of Malta. Joey 26 on the tree and 499 149. Pedro 11 red 7088 95 miles an hour. Mike Reynolds Corvette Steve Albatch 70 Mach 1 Mustang. Mustang. Hey Chad, could you pick the pace up a little bit? We're gonna be done today by the time you get set up. Just a reminder, Chad Reynolds, we start at 8 o'clock in the morning each day. I know you didn't get the memo, but yeah. Steve the Mustang's 15 on the tree. 668 103. Corvette 6907. 99 miles an hour. Steve White Ventura. In the far side, three-way Chevrolet lane. Dragsters, everybody wants a dragster. Get your dragsters. In, set, go. I was good right side. Steve White blew my cover. He went 009 red, 492. 438.0, 158. Woo, that's good right along. Speaking of Ealing, see the Mike Zach right.
It's not near as cool as Mike Ealing's, Mike or Zach Ealing's, because it doesn't have flames on it, and flames are like cool. I live for flames. Oh, cool car coming out next too. I'll tell you about that in a second. Hang on. I mean, not that GJ Homart's Nova Wagon didn't cool, but this is like way cool. .009 Gage, 002 Ealing. Gage 496, 140. Mike Herzak goes 668, 100 miles an hour. Oh, you missed by 7,000 getting that perfect 100-mile-an-hour deal. Mike, way to go. So DJ Homart, the stunning 66 Nova wagon at Duschel Auto Body over there in Palmdale. Ricky standing over there wanted to see how the Nova looked going down the track. He's seen it a bunch of times for the other lane, and 57 on the tree is Deej. The wagon's out the wow, DJ's coasting. Now cool car. Check this baby out. But DJ goes 10-19 at 44 miles an hour. And coasting. Huh. Wow. This baby is so cool. What is that, Jay? A 61? I don't care. Just look at it. I dig that baby. It's not as cool as a 96 Cavalier, but it's pretty cool. If it's fast, it's got a 2.2 fuel-injected big block. This thing's cool. Just shut up and watch it. Wow. 6-18, 111, 003 red. Jeff Kreider and Jason Pad. Jason, one of them Canadian boys coming down to play for some cash. By the way, if you haven't gone over and signed up for the last few spots in that $20,000 shootout, the shame of you. You should be there. This is going to be fun to watch later on today for $20,000. But right now it's Jeff, Jason. Jason, 011, 452, 152. Jeff is 39, 746, 93 miles an hour. Monte Carlo, Vega. I dig this pair. Veganomics. I love this Vega. Look, it kind of got the ground effects on there for road racing. Never quite thought of that, but it's for a different time. $18 red left side, $41 green right side, $597, $114 for the Vega, $771, 87 miles an hour the Monte Carlo. Jody George, that's the Oldsmobile, and J.R. Spear, the 64 Comet. The Comet's way cool. No offense, Jordy, but, you know, the Calais just ate a Comet. Saying. Jody shows off 009 in the Oldsmobile. JR missed the tree there. 6865, 99 miles an hour, Jody. 657.4, 104, JR. Marco Parabolaris, Eric Dodge. Eric's far side. Another one of the Oregon team cars. From that great town of Boring, Oregon. Love that place. Marco Parabolaris. Another cool town, Novato. Jay can't even say that. For the Bob Paminella Motorsports team. Parabolaris Racing family. John Victorino's even got one of their cars here. Can't believe they let him race it, but that's another story. Marco 002, 450, 153. Eric 26, 530, 152. 132, I'm sorry. I was dreaming for Eric. I want that Nova to fly. Mike Polden, that's the Jeep. Jeep. I won't say that. Eric Franco. Elliot Franco, I'm sorry. My apologies. Forgive me. Jay said I'm forgiven. Elliot in from La Palma down to Orange County, right next to Anaheim Stadium, kind of. $27 left. Elliott missed the tree is 72. Elliott's 504, 135. Mike Polden, 644, 103. Dan McClellan, Big Mac Racing Roadster. Taking on that dragster. Right side. So I'm looking for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speed and then exactly 100 miles an hour. So far, you're all failures in helping me out. Carly Ball can do it. 100 miles an hour exactly is nothing for her. I doubt either one of these will do it. If they do, shame on them. Daniels 28, Dan McClellan is on the tree. 441, 156 right side. 587, 129, Dan McClellan in the Roadster. I told you they couldn't do it. You're a failure, Kevin. Failure, that's all I can say. So simple. Do you know what you get if you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or exactly 100 miles an hour, Jay Kasem? Yeah, you got a better chance to win the lottery getting $100 from me. You get nothing. Other than I think you'll weigh absolutely nothing, but I'll think you're way cool. You know who could do it, Jay? Pearson Deming. Pearson was Mr. Perfect last weekend at Boise until the next round. That's what he said. I just repeat what he said. By the way, that $20,000 shootout, if you have not gone over there and signed up, the shame of it. $20,000 cash. 32-car shootout. How many rounds is that, Jay? 5? Thank you. Whew, appreciate the help. Yeah, you're good with that. Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay. But it's 64-car shootout. 32 pairs. Wow. Yeah, you are. Divide it in half, and then you start getting paid? Get paid. Wow, very cool. That ain't a bad deal. Plus $20,000 to the winner. Yeah, Gary Menaka should go sign up for that. I can't believe it. Way to go, Dave. You're not much of a crew chief. Jacob can't depend on you. Oh, I like this. Junior Comp Dragsters together with Carly Ball far side and Garrett Agnew over here. Garrett's got his mom, Naomi, out there helping him out because he didn't want his dad anywhere near it. Where is Mike? Oh, he's back there. Okay. So Garrett over here, Carly over there. They got a shot at exactly 100 miles an hour because that'd be pretty close. Now they're set. Carly goes red, Garrett goes green. 100 mile an hour exactly. I know you can do it. Carly's out of the throttle again. Wow, Garrett goes 621, 113. Carly coasting 751 at 61 miles an hour. Richard Leo, Jacob Beckwith. So Cletus and the Ranchero over there, Jacob Beckwith. This, I think, should be a pretty good heads-up race here. I believe. Jacob Richard. Pre-staged. Ba-bump, 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 ba-bump. Come on, Jacob, work with me. There we go. Now we're set. Oh, Jacob's 10 on the tree. Richard's 75. That should tighten that up at the finish line pretty good. 7:17, 93 miles an hour. Richard, 7:31, 93 miles an hour. Jacob Beckwith. Jay Griner, the Pontiac Ventura from not just San Francisco, South San Francisco. And the dragster. $44 on the tree right, $39 left, Jay. Dragster's $467, $148. Jay goes, oh, Jay just missed that 100 mile. $681, 99.96. I knew there was a 100-mile-an-hour in there. Hubert Pierce, Baby Huey, and David Meyer. David Farside, that's the dragster. Baby Huey over here in the Camaro end of that great town of Hemet. So Baby Huey come rolling up right side, and David Meyer. David Meyer is 001 green, 474, 145. Hubert Pierce, 8256, 82 miles an hour is Dustin Wirtz. The Corvette and Caitlin Torres. Second generation drag racer, Miss Caitlin, far side. Of course, well, the resume for the Torres family is pretty lengthy with Val Sr. and Jr. and Gabe. And now Caitlin going to try and carry on the family honor. In, set, go. 002 Caitlin, 012 Dustin. Caitlin goes 464, 148. Dustin's 520, 133. Miss Caitlin, well, she learned well from dad and uncle and grandpa, 002. $17 red, 458, $152. Sasha Hofer, Mike Agnew, this pair. The King's Ransom Chevelle for LAT Racing Oils, Extreme Powder Coating. Mike Farside and Sasha Hofer. Silver Platter Racing 91 Firebird. Mike Agnew, 55 green. Sasha's 004 red. 607 112 Mike Agnew. 733 88 miles an hour Sasha Hofer. Mark Mayashiro, Mark Barnhart. Barnhart far side. Mayashiro for Torco Race Fuels. Rolls up right side. The Hawaiian is Mayashiro. It's actually Mark Da Mayashiro. .009 Mark Barnhart, three-way Chevrolet lane, and 464 148. Mayashiro, Mark Mayashiro, 489 139. Chad Axford in from Tennessee, right side. Neil Presimoni out of Las Vegas for Quarter Pro Shifters is Neil. See who's better on the tree in this pair. Chad, one-time West Coast resident, now living in Tennessee, the real estate dude. And Neil, left side. .022 Neil, .012 Chad. Chad top end 447, 147. Neil's 477, 144. Denny Valvo, Colin poised. Colin far side, the 67 Nova. And Denny driving Allen's 72 Chevelle. .009 Colin, 007 Denny. Denny goes 597, 117. Colin goes 651, 104. 009 made the move off that starting line second. A little family matchup with Riley Learcamp far side, Chase Learcamp right side. By the way, Chase, one of two to have a perfect reaction time. He and David Beckwith were both perfect reaction times. Show-offs. Riley wasn't bad far side. It was 007. See who's going to be like king on the totem pole. Oh, man. Chase goes 10 on the tree this time. Riley was 35. 456, 151, Chase Learcamp. 463, 149, Riley Learcamp. Is Chris Sudin and Greg Dreer. Greg getting the thrill of a lifetime, driving the minor headache. People lined a mile long to drive that car. And Krista Sudan. Should be pretty good. Krista, the track champ. The boss lady. Not sure what happened to Greg over there. Krista goes 22 and 4, 7, 5, 4, 145. Greg is 683, 105. Greg, you had a shot by, you missed 100 by 5 mile an hour. What's wrong with you? Robert Butler, Richard Leo. Cletus in the Ranchero for specially geared transmissions out of Templeton, which is just over there. And Robert Butler, 66 Chevelle SS for the Citrus Heights team. 006 Richard, 004 Robert. Robert top end, 620, 110. Richard 714, 94 miles an hour. 006 left side, 004 right side. That's pretty good, you know. Sean Ealing, the Corvette. Robert Strong, the Firebird. Robert for Horsepower Garage over there at Hemet. Sean 16 on the tree of the Corvette. Sean 16. I'll get it in a second. 643.9, Sean Ealing, 017. Rob Strong, 697, 696 miles an hour, 016. That's a thou difference, by the way. Kyoki Desaw. Coming back, Michelob Ultra Lane, and Chris Stock. A little bit of stuff coming out of the Tom Bayer team car there. Cleat out there with the mop. I'm telling you, that's the sexiness that you've never seen. Cleet Norris. Oh, it's not Cleet. It's Rick. Cleet sitting right here. Huh. Messed that up, didn't I? Yeah. Cleet's right in front of me. How did I miss that monster? Okay, we're all done now. Kyoki, one of the LAT Racing Oil team cars. KJ's in the water behind him. .014 right side, .024 left side. Kyoki's 443, 155. Chris Stock, 515, 135. KJ Desaw. And David Pohl. LAT Racing Oil's right side, KJ. Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing left side, David Pohl. .008 green, David. .035 red, KJ. KJ 480, 140. David's 495, 140. J.R. Spear and Larry Beckner. Larry, a Tom Bayer team car, and J.R. the very cool Mercury Comet. I think we should go cruising Friday night, J.R.'s Comet. Oh, that thing would be so cool. We'd have to take the wheelie bars off, though. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going cruising with JR and DJ. You can go at DJ's Nova. I don't care. I'm going to JR's Mercury Comet. Gonna cruise. We're gonna cruise Rosedale Highway and JR Spears Mercury Comet Friday night. 22 red, Larry Beckner. 490, 141, Larry Beckner. JR 667, 103 is DJ Homard. DJ came up last run. That baby didn't move like it was supposed to for some reason or other. Or another. Well, see if DJ and Ricky got that problem fixing that Nova. Actually, Dad, Rick Sr., probably the one that fixed it. That's better. 13 on the tree. $640, 107 DJ in the Nova wagon. As Will Harrison, Brian Cam, a couple of NorCal guys. Will's out of Tracy. If you don't know where that's in, it's on the 580 highway east of like San Francisco and all that stuff. Brian Cam, he's from Pacifica. That's up there too. They're almost like neighbors. There we go. Now we're set. 10 left, 008 right. Brian Cam, 486, 142. Will Harrison. Set it right there. Will Harrison, 517, 130. That's going to do it for me. Jay Kasem. Yes, Jay Kasem going to tell you all about the rest of this session.
Thank you, Mike. Hey, guess what? It's just about lunchtime. You might want to swing on down. You know, they do the dog pound. They got dogs. No kidding. And they got them bacon wrapped. Good. So, lots of good stuff to do. Also, we got drag racing. Maurice Castro driving a 1979 Monte Carlo because he can. Ken Swope putting the wheels in that little 72 Mercury Capri up in the air. Bang to the other end. How about that? 583 at 117 miles an hour. Maurice's Monte Carlo, 774 at 87.2 miles an hour. Well, originally I was told Dave was not going to be here until Friday, but it does appear that Dave Mazier is on the grounds. Anyway, Elvis has made it to the building. Julian Meloff out of Olympia, Washington. I don't think there's an Olympia anything else until you get over to Greece, so pretty sure you don't really need to put Washington after Olympia. I could be wrong. There's probably an Olympia, Texas. There's everything else, Texas. 034 off the tree for Julian. 469 with a 147 mile an hour top end. Nice run. The Mazier Dragster, 4.82, 142. Cliff Hall driving the Maverick alongside the Jeep. Jeep wheels up launch. Maverick out in front. Maverick goes 607, 112 miles an hour to 638 at 104. Jeep does get out with a nice 017 light. Cliff Hall right behind him with an 023. So making all kinds of racy moves as we get a little bit closer to that 64-car shootout. Dragsters a pair. Jason Rosenbaum out of Victorville over in the three-way Chevrolet line. Looking for that 1-2. Oh, sorry, Mike. Didn't happen. 09 off the tree for Jason. Ryan a little closer with an 016. He goes 482, 142 miles an hour. 469, 1479 for Jason Rosenbaum. All right, everybody straighten up. Here comes the teacher. Tom Baer driving the 03 undercover car alongside Tony Marconi. Marconi family, don't know if you're aware of this or not, but they're very famous for two things. One was great-great-great-great-granddaddy invented the radio. And I'm thinking one of the other Marconis apparently invented Yankee tequila. I really like these guys. Tom Baer goes 002 red. He was pushing it until you couldn't push it no more, and there he goes. 489 and 141.68 miles an hour. And Tony Marconi in the 76 Arrow, minus the roof and a couple other miscellaneous parts that Plymouth put on it, goes 594 at 115.87 miles an hour. And here comes Chevy's a pair. Brad Pierce, the 58 Corvette. He's in the three-way Chevrolet line alongside Jordan Yeager. Jordan driving a 69 Camaro. Camaro out near perfect, 008 on the tree. Hollister, California driver runs it all the way out, goes 615 at 114.02 miles an hour. 634, 118 for Brad Pierce. Man, I'll tell you, somebody's working their cooling system. This is Dean Bush back around again. Yeah, I guess if you're out of Las Vegas, it's kind of warm there, so you probably pay a lot of attention to that stuff. You get into the nice, calm and cool confines here of beautiful Famosa drag strip, and you know what? This is like no big deal. Just keep running laps. 478, 143 for Dean. Eric Walter runs through with a 597 at 114.02. Both guys going red. All right, listen up. If you're going to need fuel between now and 2 o'clock, the fuel truck is going to be taking a break at approximately 2 p.m., and they'll be closed until dinner time. So if you need fuel during that stretch, I'm suggesting you swing on over there shortly and pick up your fuel or gasoline. Gas-powered cars run on fuel. J.R. Learcamp out of Olympia. Alongside Wes Anderson. Wes not quite as big along a trip, but he goes red. 003 on the red side for Wes. The 27 Roadster goes 547 at 120.59 miles an hour. JR, trying to make that trip worthwhile, goes 03 and then runs a 458 with a 4 at 151 miles an hour. We have seen 160 mile an hour pass so far, and I think we've only seen one, but hey, it's all in fun. In a land where there's a million back motor dragsters, then Dale shows up with his Tuttle chassis front motor dragster. Craig gets out second with the Camaro runs a 6:33 at 106 miles an hour. Dale, a nice 0.29 off the tree, goes 5:40 with a 6 at 125.9. Gage Cameron out of Bakersfield. Bailey Neighbor, nice 0.23 off the tree, beats Gage's 0.24. Gage runs 4.94 with a 1 at 140 miles an hour, alongside Bailey's 4.60 with a 1 at 150 miles an hour. All right, the Mini Brute versus the Wonder Wagon. Chase Trim, 69 Opal. Ain't going to tell you how much Momo he's got in it. Don't really know. Does it have to be really teeny to fit in that little teeny car? Jeff Kreider puts it up red by a bunch, 0.8. Not quite sure what happened there, but it wasn't what he expected. He goes 7:33 at 91.56 miles an hour. 7:10 at 97 for Chase in the Opal. Again, while it's quiet for a split second, I want to remind everybody that the fuel truck out by the front gate will be shutting down for a break at 2 p.m. So if you need fuel during the hours of 2 to 5, anyway, you are going to need to swing on out and pick up your fuel soon. Also, I hear there's a couple spaces left in the 64-car shootout. Again, remember, not only is it going to pay the winner, it's going to pay the runner-up, and it's going to pay the semis. So it's a ton of money up for grabs. Sign on up. There's a few really good racers I know out there that aren't signed up. I would suggest you go do it. Dustin Hench is stretching the rods on that 69 Camaro coming out of the water hole. Dustin off the line, 028. 614 at 116 miles an hour. Car leaves with a 150 60-footer and still pulls a 614 as it goes down the track. That's moving. This thing, you're absolutely right, Mike. I hate to say it, but you are absolutely right. This little 61 is gorgeous. How about you? 007 on the tree, looking good all the way down. Goes 620 with a 1 at 111 miles an hour. 61 bubble top showing it off. Here's Alan Brown, the 34 Ford Coupe, the Brown and Brown machine, which happens to be purplish blue. 024 off the tree. Nice pass here. Goes 571 with an 8 at 119.45 miles an hour. In case anybody ever asks you, Vista is 218 miles south of here. As the coupe flies, or do you fly the coupe? It's Petey, but it's not Petey. Well, Petey's out there, but oh wait, Petey is driving it this time. So they are switching back and forth. Both those guys ought to jump in that thing and jump in that shootout. Joey Trotsky out of Ventura, the 32 Bantam, stretched out 32 Bantam. .008 off the tree for Petey. Joey goes 030 out of Ventura. The 32 Bantam Roadster flies through there 501, 148 miles an hour. Robert Neighbor in the dragster in the Michelob Ultra lane is almost perfect off the tree, 007. Tyler Smith out of Rancho Cucamonga, 049 off the tree, goes 656 with a 1. Ooh, Mikey. Alongside Robert Neighbor's 459 at 151.48 miles an hour. Hey, Chad, can you speed that up just a little bit? Dave Meyer out of Sheridan, the 01 Cavalier. Okay, I'll buy it. Alongside Dean Talbert, 004. Making that trip down from Taggart, Oregon. He's going to make it worth his while. Calls it the 69 Honey Badger. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I should repeat that. 574 with a 5 at 119 miles an hour for Dean. David runs through with a 592 at a 5 at 118.21 miles an hour. Man, drag racing is fun. It's even more fun when you're cutting 004 lights. Byron McCullough out of Petaluma. The 1967 Camaro. It's red. Jason Pad out of Alberta, Canada. 09 Mullis dragster. Canadian driver. How about an 020 off the tree? Goes a nice 452 at 152.6. 717 at 95.02 for McCullough's machine. Here's Pedro Valadez. Pedro bringing up that really good-looking Firebird. Now it's got the Firehawk look to it with the ram air hood and the short spoiler. I'm digging it. Puts it up on the chip. 050 off the tree. .707 at 95 miles an hour for Pedro's Firebird. Well, I'll tell you what. Even though it's just time trials, this could easily be like a door car shootout final right here. Pearson Deming out of Nampa, Idaho, alongside Stephanie Paz out of Culverdale. This really is two racers that do very well in their Novas. Pearson 003 on the tree. Stephanie right behind him with an 022. Pearson goes 650 at 104 miles an hour. Stephanie 645 at 106 miles an hour. Tim O'More out of Tucson. Tree on his way down. Red light. Tim goes 012 red. 0-1 too many. 49, 141 miles an hour. That's 89 with an 8. 141.06. Dave Beck with 64 Chevy 2. This thing makes a ton of power. Red light. 008 for David. Little 64 runs through 607 at 113.82 miles an hour. Third generation F bodies, a pair. Mr. Hubert Pierce driving the 85 Camaro alongside C.W. Hofer, Mr. C.W. Hofer. 87 Firebird. These two guys are going to flip each other off on the way down the track. Oh, wait. CW is getting away. He goes 005 on the tree. Hey, buddy, let me show you this. 633 with a 2 at 89.05 miles an hour. 829 with a 9 at 82 miles an hour for Pierce's Camaro. Maurice Castro in the Monte Carlo watching Stan Deming. Nope. Check this out. Both of them side by side with 030s, exactly the same. 626 at 107.81 miles an hour for Stan. Maurice goes 778 with a 5 at 86.6 miles an hour. Rob Strong, 68 Firebird. Okay, we're going to take a minute or two to get a little bit of track prep in. In the meantime, I just want to kind of give you a heads up. I believe, and I haven't checked in the last few minutes, but I believe there's one or maybe two spots left in the 64 car $20,000 to win shootout. So, man, Mikey says, hurry up. Said Marissa, hurry up. So the 64 car shootout, guys are going to get an official time trial at approximately 1:30, somewhere right around that range. We're going to run your race starting probably about an hour after that, and then we're going to bring you around for rounds. And in the meantime, if you have a test and tune tech card, you can continue to come up to the lanes, and we'll fit you in between eliminations during that time up until about 5 o'clock. So if you've got any questions, need any answers, anyway, just swing on by, see one of the officials. If you want to enter, I believe, like I said, I think there's a couple spots left. See Chris or anybody at the West Coast Classics trailer, which is directly behind the tower, and sign up, because I don't care how good you are in the stock market, you ain't going to make $20,000 in one day out of $500. So again, if you're confused about what's going on, there will be no raffle for positions on the 64 car shootout because the field wasn't full at the deadline of 11 o'clock. So if there's any spaces left, I suggest you get over there and find out right away, as the 64 car shootout is going to happen with you or without you. But if you want it to be with you, you need to make your way to the trailer like ASAP, as in immediately, so that we can get the last couple cars locked in. And like I said, once we've got the 64 car field filled, then at that point in time, those are the racers. Do your time trial, your official 64 car shootout time trial at approximately 1:30. Eliminations will start about an hour afterwards. Keep in mind, I know there's a couple people that said, well, if I get in one more pass, well, you'll have plenty of time to do that. Anyway, I think I'll come over there, so give it a try. All right, kind of give you a little preview of the rest of the weekend. On Friday, we're going to have the Kid Performance, $10,000 to win, $5,000 for Pro, $10,000 for Super Pro. On Saturday, the Used Performance Saturday, $20,000 for Super Pro and $7,500 for Pro. And then Mizir Sunday, $10,000 in Super Pro, $5,000 in Pro. I think if I remember correctly, Dave won his own money on Sunday. Oh, that's right. Jason won it on Sunday. And Dave won it on Saturday? Yeah. So Dave picked up the 20 grand, which made it real easy to cover the 10 grand for the next day. So good collection of door cars and a great collection of dragsters out here this weekend, and lots more still coming through the gate. If you're a Roadster fan, you guys are a little light on Roadsters. We only got a few. So if you call your Roadster buddies and tell them to come on out. So we're still got a little bit more rub-a-dub-dub on the track. We're starting to get a pretty good collection of cars in the lanes. Keep in mind, if you're just coming through the gate, which a few of you are, Tech is hanging out in lane 9, and we have lanes 3 and 4 are for open test and tune. And open test and tune will go on until 5 p.m. today. So if for any reason you just got through the gate and you were wondering whether it was worth your trouble or not, I'll guarantee you we're only halfway through the day right now, and lots of people have already made probably 7 or 8 passes. And so there's plenty of time to get passes in, and we welcome you. So far, we've had a really, really good collection of reaction times. Need to get in the top 15. You need to be quicker than a 004. So that's telling you the competition is out there. Okay, looks like we're putting the tractor away. If you're up towards the front there, you guys might want to start getting ready to suit up as we're filling the water holes back up and ready to go. So again, I believe there's 1 or 2 spaces left in the 64 car shootout. It's first come, first serve, so swing on over there if you're on the fence. And by the way, Mike, come up and see Mike because he said he'd sponsor you if you're really good. All right, we're back to racing. Krista Seiden out of Bakersfield. They owe to Krista Sudom out of Bakersfield, the 02 Cameron chassis car, alongside Carly Ball. It's basically a really fast motorcycle stuck in a little teeny dragster. And Carly's real good with this car. Ball family's been racing for a long, long time. Krista getting there in a hurry. 477, 145, 2, alongside Carly's 653 at 105.44 miles an hour. KJ driving the bright yellow dragster in the Michelob Ultra Lane alongside John Victorino. John driving the 98 S10. John out with a great 020 light. Right behind him, KJ out with an 023 light. The bright yellow dragster goes 480 with a 5 at 140.5 miles an hour. Pick him up truck, picks him up and puts him down. Goes 686 with a 5 at 101.2. Robert Butler puts it up 006 to the good side. Man, black dragster on the three-way Chevrolet lane, 442, 157, sneaking up on that 160 mile an hour. 464 at 148.3 miles an hour. Steve Ulrich, the 70 Mach 1. How about you? 651 at 105 miles an hour. Over here in the Michelob Ultra lane, 484 with a 0 at 143. That's a zoom, zoom, zoom. We got a bunch of black dragsters running in. I don't have tech cards on yet. Julianne Meloff making the trip down from Washington. '03 light for Julianne goes 475 with a 1 at 145.0 miles an hour. 439 at 157.95. Another one flying up on that 160 mark. Anyway, for that very, very fast black dragster over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Here's DJ Humar. 1966 Nova wagon making the trip over from Palmdale alongside Garrett Agnew. Garrett Agnew is in a, don't know what the power plant is, can't quite see it from here, but it's a little bitty car with a great big motorcycle engine in it. So Pro Comp. .641 with a 5 at 107 miles an hour for DJ. Garrett runs through 625.2 at 113.12 miles an hour. Let's see here. We're trying to find a spot to park Dwayne. Dwayne drive out another of our Alberta, Canada. This one down from Calgary. Man, I'll tell you what, these guys are watching some serious hockey right now. Steve Williams. Howdy. Steve from K&N. Sponsored car. Pontiac G5. Dwayne gets out there, 023 light, runs a 457 at 152.9. Steve Williams Cavalier, or Pontiac, excuse me, it flies 601 at 99 miles an hour. I think he might even been lifting just a tad. Well, I wonder about that. Here's Mike Agnew. Mike picked up a little bit of cash at one of these events last year. I'm pretty sure he's back to come get some more. Cooper Chun dragging a dragster up in the Michelob Ultra lane. Wow, big wheels up launch for Mike Agnew. I mean big. Wheels up launch. Near identical lights, 023 for Mike. Cooper goes 024. Dragster goes 498 at 138.76. Mike Agnew Chevelle, after bringing it back down to earth, goes 610 at 112.4 miles an hour. And that was big time wheel stand right there. Well, if you like El Caminos, you've come to the right place. This is about the fourth one we've seen out here. Robert Ealing, he's got flames on his. Pops the wheels off the ground. Sean Ealing, I wonder if they're related, huh? 91 Corvette. 647 with a 7, 105.99 miles an hour for Sean Ealing. Mike goes through with a 672 at 99 miles an hour. Tony Marconi off the tree with a beautiful 014 light. Goes 592 at 115 miles an hour. Richard Leo goes on that 64 Ranchero, that nice looking machine. 715 with an 8 at 93.92 miles an hour. Here's Gary Manaka. Gary, what are you doing? Got Petey in charge over there. This thing ought to work out great. This is a winning combination right here. Best crew chief a man could ever have. I'll tell you how good Pete is as a crew chief. You might not know this, but this guy can break a crankshaft in 2 pieces and still drive it home. I'm not kidding. I'm not lying. I've seen photographic proof of it. Gary, you're in good hands. Don't worry about a thing. Maurice Castro driving the 79 Monte Carlo. Maurice, another of the Washington drivers, making the way down. Oops, red light for him. Gary goes 034 on the tree. Porsche runs right down through there. Goes 564 with a 6 at 122.91 miles an hour. Maurice's Monte Carlo goes 776, at 87.07 miles per hour. Tyler Smith has a very nice looking big tire Nova, and I mean big tires. This thing's got gigantic tire underneath the car, looking good. He comes from Rancho Cucamonga, another of the Mountain View performance machines that's out here. There's a bunch of them. Alongside Jacob Beckworth. Beckworth is driving a 79 Malibu. Jacob off the line first, 026. Tyler's 040. Both of them good green lights. 655 with a 1 for Tyler at 103.69 miles an hour. 737.9 at 93 for Jacob Beckwith in his Malibu. Ted Kellner bringing that stretched out Vega alongside Pedro Valadez. Pedro driving the Firehawk. .015 light for the Vega at a 641 with a 1 at 118 miles an hour. Pedro runs through with a 713 with a 7 at 94.74 miles an hour. Mark Barnhart driving the all brand new shiny dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra side, also known as the tower side, also known as pit side, also known as the near side, as compared to the far side, also known as the three-way Chevrolet, also known as the Far Side. 72 Maverick, wearing the LA Lakers colors. .025 light for Hugh Muller. Mark Barnhart, 023. Barnhart's dragster getting there first. 466 with a 0 at 147.9. 673 at 102.57 for the Maverick. Dale Toro's sitting right behind a bunch of really fast Chevy Power alongside Chuck Hawk Jr. Whoops. Sonoma runs through with a 492 at 142 miles an hour. Del Toros runs through, starting that out with a nice 028 lights, a pair, by the way. 540 with an 8 at 125.97 miles an hour. Rob Strong alongside Wes Anderson. Wes out there first and fast. He goes 543 at 125.6 miles an hour. 696 at 96 miles an hour for Rob Strong and the Firebird. Dustin Wirtz out of Nampa, that 23 American. 008, oh my. Jordan Yeager, nice 019 light. Got treed, basically. He goes 619 at 113 miles an hour. The Nampa, Idaho driver, how about you? 519 at 133.2 miles an hour. Mark Yeager bringing out the Corvette. Good-looking machine. Don't have information on the dragster on the far side. I can't see enough of it to tell you. How about 708 at 134 miles an hour? Yes, it is. Mark Yeager, a 165 60-footer. That's usually about a 14-second car. And instead, it ends up going 708 at 134 miles an hour. 484 at 143 over in the three-way Chevrolet lanes. Here comes the Mach 1 all by himself, Steve Aldrich. Out of Sacramento, the 70 Mach 1. Got a minute or so before the next pair lights them up here. We just kind of want to let all the racers know if you've got an RV and need service, got a phone number that I'll be calling out here in just a little bit. They'll be out on Saturday morning. So if you need service such as fresh water or RV pump or any of these things, if you call the number and make arrangements, you can get RV pump for $75 and fresh water for $75, or the combo for $130. Save yourself $20. And what you really save yourself is you save yourself $40 if you wait and do it not pre-booked. So if you've got any questions, basically all you need to do really is just text to RV Services at 619 436 5259. And of course, anybody needs that number, ask. We'll post it a little bit later also. But anybody who needs RV servicing, whether it's a pump out or whether it's fresh water or both, there will be services on the grounds on Saturday morning at 7 a.m. And then they're going to basically take care of as many cars or many RVs as they can. Jeff Ball bringing the 06 Alder up to the line alongside Joe Trotsky. Joe's 32 Bantam, stretched out Bantam. So here I was saying that we don't have a good show of roadsters out here, and here's two of them side by side. Trees down. Jeff gets out with an 018 light, and he's the second guy leaving. Joey gets out with an 011 light. Jeff's machine 590 with a 0 at 114.12. 500 for Joey at 148.98. So he almost went 5 flat at 150. That would have been interesting. All right, so next pair coming your way. Let's say not a pair. Eric Dodge driving a Chevy. '07 off the line, runs it for the other end, goes 531, 131. That car's got a whole bunch of host ponies under the hood there. Wow. Greg Dreher driving the Minor Headache alongside Rich Harrison. Rich driving the 60, not quite sure, Chevy Power. '67 Camaro drop top is what she looks like. 055 for Rich Harrison. 014 for Mr. 007 Greg Dreher. He is 688 with a 3 at 105.98 miles an hour. 529, 132.33 for Rich Harrison. Here comes another little teeny itty bitty Chevy 2, or Nova as the case may be. Good collection of those guys are out here this weekend as well. Dragster gets out with a nice 015 light, goes 498, 138.9. Little Chevy 2 goes through with a 043 light and then goes 663 at 103.50 miles an hour. Here's Bruno Casala, 91 Camaro, alongside Eric Walder. Eric making the trip from Lockford, California. Not sure where it is, but it's nice. It's 013 light for Eric. Nice tree. Runs the other end, goes 595, 114. That's Pretty Little Vega. Flies 642 with a 0 at 105.47 for Bruno. And to tell you about all the rest of it, here comes Mike.
Thank you, Jay Kasem. Is Dan McClellan, Lil Bear, Robert Butler, Neil Pressimone. Neil in from Las Vegas for Quarter Pro Shifters. This guy's pretty good. Oh, check that baby out. Neil's 006, and he moves second, 478.3, 144. Robert Butler, 001, 619, 110. Hubert Pierce Jr., Baby Huey. The 85 Camaro. And Mark Mayashiro. What? Mark Mayashiro, the Flying Hawaiian. They're in it set. Who's going to win this matchup? Oh, Mayashiro, he was 14 on the tree, stole it. 490, 139, Mark Mayashiro. Hubert, 825, 82 miles an hour. Mark Mayashiro was 014. Are we going to have a father-son matchup again? Yep, after Garrett just beat up on his father off the starting line. Just destroyed him. Crushed him. A little father-son matchup again here. Garrett just killed his father on the tree in the first session. Crushed him. Mike's like, that ain't going to happen twice. The King's Ransom Racing Team. Garrett will be in the Junior Comp Dragster. Mike over there in the Chevelle. A couple of them LAT Racing Oil team cars. Mike Agnew put that Chevelle on the back bumper last run. It scared him. But he's fearless. In from Oak Hills, which is just over there on the 15 freeway. Climbed up the Cajon Pass. I love it when the Agnews come up to run. Naomi, that's mom over there. She films her son. She doesn't care about her husband. Well, Dad made it up this time. Micah's 20 on the tree, 616, 111. Garrett's 57 this time, 623, 113. Sasha Hofer. Andy Morris. Wheeling Julianne's car here, right side. Sasha Hofer, 28 red. Andy Morris, 40 green. Andy is 475, 145. Sasha, 735, 191 miles. Oh, this will be fun to watch. Shelby Williams and Kobe Fuller. Couple of K&N, Foggett team cars. Miss Shelby the Camaro and Colby over here in from Georgia. Hanging out with that Williams family. For who's making dinner tonight, said Sean Langdon. Colby, let me give you a little advice. Just go ahead and lose right now. Make dinner. Lights the second light first. Waiting on Shelby. Oh, Colby's 18 on the tree. That's not going to go well for you. 438, buck 60. Shelby 622, 109. That's our first buck 60 run, by the way. Rob Strong in from Hemet. The Horsepower Garage Team Machine. Chris Forsythe's favorite racer. Chris is getting a Pontiac-powered dragster. $55-gallon drum of gasoline just got poured. Rob is 64 on the tree in the bird. 706, 98 miles an hour. By the way, reaction time-wise, Chase Learcamp and David Beckwith are like the bad daddies at perfect reaction times. Only two. Okay. So, as DJ Homar and Elliot Franco Sr. come up here, Chris Forsythe has something to say.
I'd say thank you, Mike, but you know differently. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me now?
Go for it.
Okay. Good afternoon. So here's the plan of where we're at for the 64, or I should say at the moment, not so 64, $20,000 shootout for this afternoon. We have cars in the lanes for test and tune as we speak. We're going to make a final call at the moment for test and tune, lanes 3 and 4. And in 15 minutes at 1:30, we're going to close the lanes. The track has a little bit of prep to do for this afternoon's $20,000 opportunity. So in that time, we will make once we get through test and tune, we will make a first call for the 64 cars, or not so 64, that are in this afternoon shootout to lanes 1 and 2 for their time run. Not yet, though. However, our goal, as always, is to fill the field when we put these shootouts together months before these events. The demand always seems to be there, but since we changed the format to ensure that the bark met the bite, we're trying to get this one filled here. So we currently have 8 spots remaining. We are going to run this race regardless. But if you are on the fence, now is the time. $500 cash. You can bring it down to my motorhome trailer, and you will make a time run for that out of lanes 1 and 2 here coming up shortly. Round 1 will be not too far after. For those of you that are here to test and tune today for this weekend's main events, you will be given the track back in between rounds of the $20,000 shootout. So test and tune is not going to end because we're moving into that. It will run with. But again, we only have 56 cars for a $20,000 opportunity. I would hate to think that anybody here with a decent car to this point today does not see the value in chasing $20,000 cash this afternoon. That is correct. I said it. $20,000 cash this afternoon. So if you're not in and you want in, now's the time to get in. $500 to the trailer. I would say you got about 30 minutes to sit on the idea and the answer you already know is coming. Don't be afraid. Let's roll. So $500 cash. So again, final call for test and tune at the moment, lanes 3 and 4. We are closing the lanes in 15 minutes. We'll run those of you that are in the lanes out. The track's going to get prepped for this afternoon's race, and then we're going to roll right into the time run. Be it that we do not have a full field, and let's just say we do fill the 64 spots regardless, we will have a potential buy pulled off of the reaction time of the time run. So there will be a potential buy established through the time run because we are short on cars in the field. So make sure you come up here, Baron for all, and that will be your potential buy moving forward into first round of that race. So again, test and tune cars, lanes 3 and 4. We've got about 12 minutes now before we close the lanes. Shootout cars, be on standby. We'll make a first call for your time run here in probably about 15-20.
Shoot, I could have had that done in 5 minutes, Chris. It took a half hour. So, Sir James Hartsigan. That's the Sir James Cuda. $18 left, 30 right. Cuda's 579, 118, 628. 80. Oh, rolled out of the throttle down there, top end. Oh, a little Griner family matchup. Here we go. Carl Griner, the pickup truck. Jay over here, the Pontiac Ventura. Carl was one of the guys earlier today. He was 001 in the pickup truck. But, you know, Chase Learcamp and David Beckwith said, 001, nothing. They went perfect. The line of people that went 001 is pretty impressive. Of course, there are no Chase Learcamp or Dave Beckwith because they were perfect. So here we go. Grinder left, grinder right. That'd be Carl left, Jay right. Wow, what happened to you two? I was going to put you on my honor roll list, but now I'm not. Carl 670, 101. Oh, Jay Grinder 681 to 100 miles an hour, .10. I'm so disappointed. Nobody's done a perfect 100, nor have they won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dave Mazier, Alan Brown. Oh, a couple of neighbors down there in San Diego area. Alan's in from Vista. Dave's in from Escondido. Dave he has a job at Mazier Enterprises. He doesn't have a big office, though. They didn't give him that yet. He's got to be there a few more years. So the house car for Davey Mazier in that three-way Chevrolet lane. And Alan Brown, the 34 Ford Coupe with the big block Chevrolet. One of these two cars is going to pick the front wheels up. You guess which one. Wrong. No, you were. I tried to help you, but you didn't pay any attention. Don't worry, nobody pays any attention to me. You should come to my house and see what it's like. Pre-stage, bump, Davey, get it in there, light that second light. It's exactly how I do it. Davey's 006 red, Alan Brown's 008 green, Dave Mazier 485, 142. Alan Brown 571, 119. Chuck Hawk, Sasha Hofer. Ooh. Things that make you go, This will be fun to watch. One thou difference in reaction time. Sasha goes 7:33.1. Chuck Hawk goes 6:73.6. Chuck just missed that 100. 100.79. Somebody has to be perfect. You don't get anything. It's just that I'll talk about you the rest of the weekend. Oh, a little Ealing family deal here. Sean and Mike, I believe it is. I'm not sure. I know it's Sean in the Corvette, but I'm not sure who's in the El Camino. It's either Mike or Zach. Okay, it's Mike in the El Camino now. And Sean in the Corvette. 91 Corvette, drop top 65 El Camino. El Camino's cool because it's got flames on it, and I live for flames. Flames are it. They're pre-staged. They're going to sit there because it's like, .680, 98 miles an hour, Mike Ealing. 645, 106, Sean Ealing. Sean was better off the tree at 12. Steve Alavach, 70 Mach 1. $17 on the tree. 657, 104. Now we'll go back to pairs with Brian Cam. By the way, if you need your RV services, they are scheduled to arrive at the track at 7 a.m. Saturday morning. Call 619-436-5259 if you need your RV pumped. You should do it before Saturday so that you can get in line there, so make them a whole lot easier to do it. By the way, event hat and T-shirts are for sale at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic Motorhome right behind the tower. Event hats and T-shirts at the motorhome right behind the tower for the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic as Dean Bush, Brian Cam, Dean right, Brian left. 12 right, Dean. 17 left, Brian. 478, 143, Dean Bush. 488, 142, Brian Camas. Jacob Beckwith. Jacob does a good job when his dad leaves him alone. Of course, the old man standing down there, and he went perfect in reaction time. I think his finger slipped off the button by accident. Just saying. And Jacob on the single run in that three-way Chevrolet lane. 730, 93 miles an hour. Nova come rolling on up here, waiting for Jake to clear the track down there. Dave Beckwith will go get his Nova now. I have no idea why. .41 on the tree. And that scoreboard in the Michelob Ultras lane says 663, 103 is Jordan Yeager. Look at his dad, Mark, down there being crew chief. Looks like a fish out of water. In from the great town of Hollister. Isn't there a prison there? .27 on the trees, Jordan. And 625, 111. 625, 111. Joey Trotsky, Jeff Kreider. Two evenly matched cars. Well, for the first foot, maybe. Kreider, the Barnes Custom Engines, Bedrock Racing, Wonder Wagon. And Joey Trotsky, the long wheelbase Bantam Altered. .502, 148, Joey Trotsky, 731, 93 miles an hour. Jeff Kreider, Joey Trotsky was 003 red. Kreider was 46 red. Chad, leave that girl alone. She knows what she's doing. So Bailey Neighbor with crew chief extraordinaire, her Uncle Chad. Chad, we're ready to go. What are you doing? You can run a single. Oh, I'm sorry. Chad Neighbor says we have to run pairs, so yeah. There we go. Chad Reynolds, you got 30 seconds. It's almost 1:30. So I'd say. So Bailey Neighbor Motorsports with Uncle Chad, crew chief extraordinaire. That's what Mike Ames says, so. So Bailey got to take a single run for above all pool tile cleaning. Bailey's 004, 461, exactly 150 miles an hour. Of course, I went 100 miles an hour, but Bailey went 150. Steve Williams, Sasha Hofer. The K&M Filters Pontiac G5 for Stevie Williams. Sasha's 001 red. Stevie Williams down through there. The Pontiac 589 120. 734 6. Sasha. So Robert Crum, the Nova right side. Michelob Ultra Lane and Ryan Clavel. Another one of the Oak Hills team machine cars. Bumping into the second light there. Ryan's in, waiting on Robert. Not sure what happened to Ryan over there, but there we go. Robert was 28 on the tree, goes 662, 103, 485, 141. Ryan, 485, 140. We're going to go dragsters now. Yeah. Will Harrison, far side. In from Tracy. Pair of dragsters, Kubota tractor. Oh, that's track prep. I'm sorry. My mistake. Got confused there. No, that surprised you? Free stage right side, waiting on that Will Harrison left side. There you go. Thanks, Will. Okay, now I need you guys to bump forward light that second light. Today. Oh, some people listen. Will, you could? There we go. 16 right, 24 left. Michelob Ultra Lane, 481, 143. Will Harris, 520, 132. Still haven't had a 100-mile-an-hour run yet. Or the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, what's next? Y'all hurry up. It's getting close to my nap time. You know? Yeah. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. 64 car shootout cars for $20,000. Need you to the back of the lanes, please. 64 cars, 64 car West Coast bracket race, $20,000 shootout to the back of the lanes. By the way, real quick, this is going to be your one and only time trial for the shootout, and there are still some spots open. So if you want to jump in on that, scoot over to the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic Motorhome right behind the tower and get in this shootout for $20,000. In the meantime, those of you that have already entered, come on to the back of the lanes for your one and only time shot for $20,000. By the way, while it's quiet, waiting for the shootout cars. Oh man, here's an opportunity though. If you haven't jumped into that, baby, jump in there. If you need motorhome RV services like the pump to type deal, you can call 619-436-5259. They're coming Saturday morning at 7 a.m. to accommodate your RV services. And if they don't show up, call Jay. No, they'll show up. Trust me. I believe me. They will. So, again, 619-436-5259 and get on the list. It'll make them a whole lot easier. If you pre-book at the number I just gave you, they can cruise right around and take care of everybody, and it will be a very, very easy, painless thing to do. So, again, 619-436-5259, and you can book your RV pickup. Who keeps texting me when I'm talking? People should know I can't multitask. You know? Oh, it's Leo Lopez. Of course, he'd send me a text because he knows I can't do that stuff. Okay, Leo, I'll take care of it. Jeez. Christ. Guy's such a pain. Okay, so a little bit of track prep going on. We are waiting for these shootout cars, and there is still an opportunity to get in there. First car up, what a stunning surprise. Dennis Boz, the El Camino, rolls right up here. But, again, shootout cars need you in the lanes. Shootout cars need you in the lanes. If you have not gotten into that shootout, now's the time. A golden opportunity for $20,000. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you have doubled entered and you didn't put an X on your text card, hey, bow, wow. Okay, let me try that again. If you're doubled, shut up, Jay, Sean, Jesus, you guys, trying to do this professionally. Yeah, good luck with that. Okay, so if you double entered and you didn't put an X on your tech card, that's TECH card, please come up to the tower. Let the lovely Miss Marissa know which card, and she can put an X on it there. That's so we don't get confused between the two cards. So there you go. If you double entered, that means you entered twice, and you didn't put an X on your tech card, please come up to the tower and let Marissa know so we can have it properly entered or something like that. I'm not sure. Look at two Posmobiles right up at the front there. Way to go, Dennis, Stephanie. You guys know. And again, shootout cars need you lane. Shootout cars need you lane. If you're making a last-minute decision like Dan McClellan did, head on over there. There's a couple spots left in there. By the way, shootout cars. Oh, you can take two lanes, by the way. You can go 1 and 2. It's time trials. You don't have to duck hunt. Oh, good luck duck hunt in the shootout, by the way. Shootout cars need you lanes for your time shot. Shootout cars need you lanes for your time shot. And again, if you haven't got in there, you need to scoot over to the motorhome and sign up for this baby right now, because this is a chance for $20,000. I understand Sasha Hofer triple entered. That's what I heard. She got Hubert Pierce's wallet. Oh, that won't get you a triple entry. That'd be lucky to get you gas. Shootout cars filling up the lanes there. A chance of a lifetime. Well, a chance of Thursday afternoon to turn $500 into $20,000. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. J.R. Learcamp, Ken Swow, need you to the tower, please. J.R. Learcamp, Ken Swow, need you to the tower, please. Well, word is track prep is done. Thank you, Jim Black, and the entire staff here at Pomosa Drag Strip. And, of course, the SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari. Shootout drivers, suit up. You'll be coming out next. Shootout drivers, suit up. You'll be coming out next. Boys and girls, you need to head on over. If you've not got into the shootout, now is the time. 64 car shootout for $20,000 time trial with Dennis Paz and Dwayne Ranked. Dwayne in from Canada, right side here, one of them TNT team cars. Dennis Paz, the Elkie, just up the 99 highway in Stockton. Pre-staged. Dwayne's in, waiting on Dennis Paz to light that second light. The Elkie, they are set. 008 Dennis Paz, 019 Dwayne. Dwayne is 4.57, 152. Dennis Paz, 6:58, 101 is Dan McClellan and Stephanie Paz. By the way, if you'd like to go drag racing, be part of the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic, that Roadster in the three-way Chevrolet lane is for sale. Just think about this. You could put it in escrow right now and take it home Sunday night. Or I do believe for a price, Dan McClellan would step out and you could race this weekend. Little Max 009 red, Stephanie's 006 green, Roadster 589, 129, Stephanie 647, 106, Ethan Williams, Brad Pierce, the Bradmobile right side, that's that Corvette, and Ethan Williams. Gieslich ride for Mazier Enterprises. Brad Pierce, 003. Ethan Williams, 29. Ethan top end, 485, 142. Brad, 635, 118. And I'm going to slide out of here. Jay Kasem. Nah, he ain't going to slide. That ain't going to happen. He may. Never mind.
Mikey, you know I'm not going to slobber all over, for crying out loud. Here we go. We are continuing right now with the official time trial for the 64 car, $20,000 to win shootout. Robert Butler bringing, Craig Marilis. Craig Marilis driving the 79 Camaro. Double 03 on the tree for Butler. Wow. Goes 466, 147, 8. That dragster's about right there. 055 for Craig Marilis and the 79 Camaro. Here comes Tom Bear. He ain't scared. The 03 undercover car.
Alongside Jason Pad, another of those Alberta, Canada racers coming down to have some fun. Torres goes 003 to the red. Jim goes 07 as he took a big bump trying to get that bottom light on him. 582 at 120 miles an hour for Jim, and it goes 464, 148 for Caitlin Torres. Ken Swell driving the 72 Mercury Comet. Mercury Capri. A friend of mine had one of those in high school. Had a 4-cylinder, had a plastic fuel line. Those things are no longer in Ken's car, I'm sure. Mark Barnard, out of New Mexico. Man, just stole a tree ticket with him. 008 goes 465 with a 4 at 148 miles an hour. Ken runs through 602 at 114 in the Mercury. DJ Humart driving that 1966 Nova wagon. Kyoki Desai out of Las Vegas, Nevada. A practically brand new Miller Dragster 23. Again, we're currently running out the time trial for the 64-car shootout. And shortly, but not yet, we will be calling Test and Tune back to the lanes. But wait until you are called, please. DJ showing you how it's done. 001. Man, that's the number you want to put up in the final. 642 with a 6 and 107.16 for DJ. Kyoki, 015 light, very nice. 443 at 155 miles an hour. That dragster's moving on the other end. Dean Talbot, the 1969, he calls it the Honey Badger. KJ, bringing that bright yellow dragster to the line. out of Gilroy, driving the blue dragster, alongside Mark Prevost. Mark driving the black dragster. Hey, now you guys know how easy it is. It's not too late to sign up. Run over with your $500. Go find Chris, hand it to him, and say, "Put me in, coach." Marco getting the job done. 0-1-7 off the tree, and then goes 451 with a 4 at 153.8 miles an hour. Mike Collins goes red, and then runs 473 at 146. Tim O'More alongside Gage Cameron. Dragster's a pair. Tough Racer's a pair. Tim O'More 013 on the tree. Gage Cameron misses it a bit, goes 06. Check out that dragster though, man. These guys are flying 496 at 140 miles an hour for Gage. 490 with a 0 at 141.3 for Tim O'More. Dave Meyer driving big black powered back motor dragster. Never seen one of those before. Alongside Riley Learcamp. Riley making the trip down from Washington. Matter of fact, looks like a lot of the whole family has. Matter of fact, looks like half Olympia's made their trip down here. Double eight to the red side for David. Riley goes a nice 0-1-3. 463 with a 6 at 149.32 miles an hour. Learcamp power showing up on the other end. 474 with an 8 at 145.39 for David. Jacob Stallworthy out of Boise, Idaho. The guy driving a brand new Miller chassis alongside Chase Learcamp. Chase, his car's sneaking up on his 20th anniversary, but he knows how to make it work. Check out Jacob Stallworthy. 001, then runs 440 with a 4 at 157.9. So second fastest car on the grounds and a near perfect light. He's going to be pretty tough to deal with. Chase Learcamp 041 off the tree, then goes at 457 with a 2 at 150.95 miles an hour. All the fast cars are from up north, apparently. Here's Chuck Hawk out of Tucson. Chuck driving a pickup truck. Alongside Eric Dodge driving a Chevy. Oh, man. Chuck ain't forgot how to do this. 001 to a 008. Chuck Hawks 01 runs it through, goes 493 with a 3 at 142.6. Eric Dodge goes 008 on the tree. Man, you have a 008 and you're giving up 7th thou on that end. And then goes 531 at 131 miles an hour. the 77 Chevy Nova. It's got a vinyl top, it's got the deluxe trim. It might even be a Brougham. Alongside Mike Coltrane. Look at this. Pearson nails the tree. 006. Mike does a pretty good job with it himself as he goes 011. Coltrane runs through with a 442 with a 6 at 156.79. And then the little unsuspecting Nova 656. Man, I really like that car. Jason Rosenbaum out of Victorville. 04 Spitzer chassis. Alongside Krista local Bakersfield racer. Yep, and track champion. Christoph line 017. Jason up line 022. Check out this, man. 4.70 at 147.4 and a 477 at 144.9. Couple of the two faster cars on the grounds. Colby Fuller driving a 22 Race Tech chassis. I think this car actually is the fastest one here. Gordon Bovin out of Boise. He's in the Michelob Ultra lane. That's the dragster you see on this side. Colby, I think, is the first guy to hit that 160 mark. Wow, that car's out there in a hurry. Yep, did it again. 4.40 at 160.37 miles an hour. That's Colby Fuller. 015 Tree goes 4.676 at 148.7 for Gordon. 160 miles an hour. Colby's got that thing flying. Andy Morris driving the back motor dragster alongside C.W. Hofer. Okay, everybody get your bets in. Except you, Mr. Otani. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. This is a lane change announcement. Lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for test and tune. Lanes 5 and 6 for test and tune. Andy Morris, 02 off the tree. Nothing compared to CW. How about you, old man? 004. Wow. 733 at 91.78 miles an hour. Andy Morris goes 476 at 144 miles an hour. All right, listen up. We need the following racers to come to the tower, please. Julianne Meloff, Eric Dodge, Ken Swow, J.R. Learkamp. Byron McCullough, Elliot Franco, Alan Brown, Maurice Castro, and Dean Talbot. We need all of you to please come to the tower because you are missing the X. Tony Marconi alongside Race Kid. Race is racing down through the other end. He goes 461, 150 miles an hour. Welcome aboard. He goes 021 right out. Been doing it all day long. Goes 010. Then goes 594 with a 9 at 115.59. Man. Yeah. So far, there's a lot of folks down here from Idaho. Of course, don't forget, tomorrow night, somebody is going to pick up the Kid Performance 10 grand in Super Pro and $5,000 in Pro. It could be you. State Refrigeration and HVAC. JR off at 06 light, double 06 I should say, 4.607 at 150.88. David, nice pass as well. He starts it out 022 and then runs a 4.95 at 140.27 miles an hour. Boy, is this track looking nice today. And these guys are, you can set your watch by it, that's a fact. Pretty soon you're going to be setting your dial-ins by it, don't forget. Guys, we have recalled, test, and tuned the lanes. We have recalled, test, and tuned the lanes. You guys are in 5 and 6 now. You guys are in 5 and 6. Test and tune, you're in lanes 5 and 6. Gabe Torres, 469 at 148 miles an hour. Wes Anderson, 545 at 125.9. Here comes Larry Beckner out of Scottsdale, Arizona, alongside Chad Axford. Here's Dave Nazir out of Escondido, alongside Elliot Franco Sr. Dragsters a pair. 2010 undercover car is Nazir's weapon of choice. Dave goes red by 2,000ths of a second. The official here. We have an issue we need to fix on your tech card, and you need to come up here, please. So Victor Clark coming around the corner here. This is the last of the shootout cars.
All right, here we go. Back into test and tune. Greg Dreher is the first that's going to make his way out there in the 1957 Morris. You know, you think back to 1957, there wasn't a whole lot of English stuff showing up around here. Joey Trotsky out of Ventura, the stretched out 32 Bantam Roadster. Going to give Greg a little bit of a head start. Matter of fact, he's going to give him a whole start. Greg off the tree with 0-1-3. Problems going on for Joey. Greg runs through the other end and he goes 688 at 105.72 miles an hour. Looks like we're gonna give Joey a refire here. Bantam Roadster goes 0-2, 502 at 148.49 miles an hour. That thing's running nice. Eric Walder out of Lockford. Not even sure where that's at. One thing is, though, Lockford is the home of what could be the prettiest Vega that's ever out being raced. I know, Gary, you think back to the days. George Hale out of Visalia. Gerard Hale out of Visalia. I'll get it right eventually. Gerard Holly out of Visalia. 66 Chevelle runs nice. Off the line with an 019 light, then runs 570, 122.28, I should say. 037 for Eric, and he makes it down through there with a 597 with a 6 at 114.5. Here's Andrew Olson, 1970 Camaro. Good-looking machine. Andrew off the tree, 028. Running for the other end, 595 at 117.78 miles an hour. Still hunting that elusive 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Although Mike hasn't given up on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he said he will take in substitute a 1, and then lots of zeros. So you go exactly 100 miles an hour, exactly 1,000 miles an hour, exactly 10 miles an hour. He's good with it. Bruno puts it up red on the tree there. He runs his Camaro, goes 642 with a 6 at 105.74 miles an hour. Mr. Pierce is out there throwing that Camaro sideways. He's turned a drag strip into a drift course. Suzuki powered dragster. Carly Ball driving. It sounds great. 037 tree for Carly. Then goes 655 at 104 miles an hour. The Hemet California driver. 826 with an 8 at 82 miles an hour. Oswald just got back from Coachella. Lots of music going on out there. Sponsored by C.W. Hofer alongside Jeff. Red light by just itty bitty 6,000ths of a second. This Ranchero runs nice. 719 at 93.9. Looks just like a street car, runs like a pro car. Steve Auerbach out of Sacramento, the 1970 Mach 1 in Grabber Blue, alongside the Dragster. Remember, racers, if you've got a Test and Tune Tech card, you are more than welcome to come on up and run. We will be calling first round of the 64 car shootout shortly. But in the meantime, if you want to try to get another pass in, now would be a good time. Matter of fact, I'll tell you how nice a chance you have to do that now. The lanes are wide open. So, test and tune, test and tune. In the meantime, guys, don't forget you have the opportunity to pre-schedule either a pump and dump or freshwater service for your RV. I'm going to give you a phone number here in just a moment, and you get a chance. So write this down. If your RV is going to need service on Saturday, write this number down and text them your information. 619-436-5259. It saves you money, saves you a bunch of money. And that way you are more than welcome to, they're going to get up here at 7 a.m. on Saturday and get the motorhome all serviced up in fresh water, get your pump and dump, get it all done. If you wait until they get here and don't pre-order your service, that price for both would go up to $170. So save yourself $40, and all it takes is just a couple seconds worth of work. Again, that number is 619-436-5259. Dial 619-436-5259. And you too can get your motorhome all jazzed up and ready for the rest of the weekend. Listen up, Maurice Castro, Alan Brown, Elliot Franco Sr. We need you guys to come up to the tower and take care of your tech cards. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If you want to get in another time trial pass before first round of eliminations, I suggest you make it up here right now, because in a few minutes we'll be calling first round of eliminations in Again, I've got 3 racers that need to put an X on one of their tech cards. Elliot Franco Jr., Alan Brown, and Maurice Castro. I want you guys to remember to come up here and do that, as it will be necessary later on to keep track of you. All right, here we go. You know, the blue's a little bit darker than Laker blue, so it's not really Laker blue, but it's close. Hugh Muller out of Carmel Valley, California. 72 Ford Maverick. Last year, before the bumpers went crazy, and then nobody wanted to drive those cars anymore, but they were definitely cool when they first came out. .049 off the tree, 675 at 102.68 miles an hour. Byron McCullough out of Petaluma, the 67 Camaro. Byron goes 659 with a 5 at 103.36 miles an hour after he put it up red by just 0.02 of a second. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call, first call. Who wants that $20,000? Also, by the way, car number 736D, as in possible buy. Car number 736D, you have the possible buy. So kind of swinging on up towards over there by, I guess, lane 5 will work out. Possible buy is D736. Happens to be a little black Nova owned by somebody we know. That is the potential buy. And there's no telling exactly. We'll find out when we find out. But everybody else, make your way to the lanes. Follow the directions of the pit lane master. First round is random pair. First round is random pairing. Listen up. First round, first round, first round. 64 car shootout, first round. The 64 car shootout is brought to you by West Coast Classic Bracket Racing. Brian Cam driving the dragster in the three-way Chevrolet lane alongside Pedro Valadez. Pedro goes red by just an itty-bitty 012. Brian puts it up green with an 024, then goes 488 with a 3 at 142 miles an hour. 708 with a 7 at 95.56 for the Firebird. Lanes are starting to fill up for the first round of the 64-car shootout. It's not too late, guy. Come running up the back with your money in your pocket. I'll tell you one thing. You can drive on up and look at either lane wherever you want. Ain't going to be a whole lot of duck hunting going on. Man, that is some serious, serious racers right there. Dean Bush off the tree, 018. Beats Jeff Ball off the tree. Jeff goes 588, 114 in the Aldered. 479, 142 for Dean Bush's Las Vegas dragster. 07 Mullis car. '63 Nova SS. Robert Crum doing the driving out of Chico. Alongside Neil Pessimone. Neil, Quarter Pro Shifters, the sponsor on the black and white dragster. 007 for Neal. Then he goes 479, 144. Robert Crumb's Nova. 665, 1 at 103.28 miles an hour. Mike Reynolds, the 02 Corvette, goes 687, 100, 100.08. Sorry, Mike. The Wonder Wagon goes 736 with an 8 at 91.64. Coleman Poise, 7777X. The 67 Chevy 2. That thing runs nice. 650, 104.62 miles an hour. Charlie Olson gets out in the Duster, and he goes 689 with a 5 at a 101.91. Rich Harrison out of Lakewood, the 67 Camaro. Sans roof. Rich Harrison off the tree in the red side by a 003 on the red. Drop top Camaro goes 535 at 131.09 miles an hour. Final call, first round, 64-car shootout, final call. First round, 64-car shootout. Carl Greiner out of Calmuth. 672 with a 1 at 101.6 miles an hour. Hugh Muller. This guy's getting his money's worth out of his Test and Tune Tech card. 72 Maverick coming around for about 19th time maybe. Oh, 1.5 Tree, very nice. 674 with a 1 at 103.02 miles an hour for the Maverick. Remember, racers, first round will be random pairing. Mike Reynolds, the 02 Corvette. It's for sale, by the way. It sounds strong coming out of the water. So just like my buddy Lumpy LaRue says, well, let's drag it out and let's look at it. Ooh, red by 0.02 of a second. Looks like a little bit of slippy on the tires, and he gets to the other end. He goes 6.93 at 99.96. Mike's coming back, and he's still looking for that 100 perfect. So, guys, gals, everybody be ready because we're getting ready to go into the first round of the 64-car shootout. And to tell you all about it, here's Mike English.
Round number one for $20,000. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. The shootout. Dennis Paz will roll up in that three-way Chevrolet lane. The prime-time player out of Northern California at 6'5'8". He'll be getting the head start. And Riley Learcamp. That race the Learcamp family, 4-6-3 for Riley. Riley will patiently sit there and wait and watch that wheel stand in El Camino leave on that 658 dialing and going to come trucking right after him in the Michelob Ultra lane. And the game plan is to get to that finish line first there at the 8th mile mark and don't go quicker than 463. And, well, that would probably turn the wind light on in your lane. Oh, so very simple. If it was, everybody do it. Everybody should do it. Riley's in, waiting on Dennis Paz to light that second light. Clean, green, and oh, watch this baby down there. Here comes that dragster. Ain't got enough. How about dead on 6, 024 for the win. Riley missed her a little bit, was 38 on the tree and a 2 over 65 with a 7. Could not get there is Dwayne Rink and Craig Merrilees. Craig, that is your national champion in the EV category, racing his Camaro this weekend. 634, Craig. 459, Dwayne. Head Start Camaro, little door car dragster matchup. Oh, and then we're going to go pairs of dragsters. Finally. It's beginning to wonder. Thought they'd forgotten him. In set, Head Start Camaro. Here comes Dwayne, starting to hustle down there top end. Dragster make that move. How about 4-6-1-5 on that 59 dial-in, 034 for the win. Craig was 50 on the tree and a 2 over 36 with a 0. And Dwayne moving to round number 2. in the $20,000 West Coast Bracket Race 64 car shootout with Jason Rosenbaum, Chad Axford. You dial 471 and you're getting a head start. Jason, 471 right in for the Townsend Grill in Victorville, and Chad Axford in from Tennessee. 445 for the Chadmobile three-way Chevrolet lane. Speaking of Chad Reynolds got to work finally. Huh. Must be a government employee down there on that splitter thing or whatever you want to call it. The lift. Oh, this baby going to be pretty good there. Chad Axford, 012, 46 with a 3 on that 45 dial-up for the win. Jason missed at 33, goes dead on 2, and got nothing to show for it. Chase Learcamp, Larry Beckner. Chase Farside, one of the guys who was perfect in reaction time today, 457. Larry Beckner for the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing, 494. Larry for the runner-in from Arizona. For $20,000, the 64 car shootout, West Coast Bracket Race. Head start to the blue car of Larry Beckner, Chase Learcamp doing the chasing. For them primetime players in from Olympia, Washington. Couple of green light starts here. Chase make that move down there. Larry tried to hold him off. Chase goes 4, 5, 9, 2 on that 57 dial, 10 on the tree. Larry wasn't bad. Larry was 21 on the tree and 96 with a 1 on that 94. And Chase moving around number 2 is Tony Marconi, David Pohl. Exactly a 1 second head start. David Pohl, the Silver State Refrigeration Dragster for Tom Bayer and the team. And Tony Marconi, El Bandito Yankee Tequila, 76 Plymouth Arrow for one of them prime time players in from AZ. 595, Tony Marconi. 495, David Pohl. Up to the drivers now. Tony pre-stage is waiting on David to come in that Bayer-mobile. David pulls in. Head start goes that arrow. Tony Marconi rolls out of that throttle down there, goes 99 with a 5 on that 95 dial-in. 014. David missed the tree. Had a reaction time that started with a 1. And it's a 6 over 5011 and could not get there. It's Chuck Hawk Jr., the S10. Look at the dial for the pickup truck. 493, Chuck Hawk. 608, David Beckwith in the Nova in from Rancho Cucamonga. .003 RED, David Beckwith. Green lights on. Wow. Chuck Hawk. Wow. Chuck Hawk is an 11,000th package. He goes dead on 5, 006. So think about this. David Beckwith was 1 over, even though he went red by 3 thou. It had no chance. Even if it had been perfect in green. Would have been a dead heat. Okay. Dustin Wirtz, Jacob Stolworthy. Jacob Brightside, the dragster, dialed 440. Dustin Wirtz dialed 520 in the Corvette. I would imagine And I know for a fact these two have raced before. I know that stuff. So Jacob rolls up right side. Dustin over there in that Corvette. Pre-staged for $20,000. Red light start, Jacob. Dustin, 17 on the tree. Dustin goes dead 5-0-17. Tim O'More, 491 for the runner in from Arizona. And Mike Coltrane. Coltrane at 4-4-3. Head start, Tim O'More. Mike Coltrane doing the chasing. At that finish line, you heard Coltrane roll out of that throttle. Goes 4:45.0 in that 43 dial at 022 for the win. Tim Moore saw he wasn't going to get there and tried to and parked it, hoping that Mike would break out. 94 with the one on that 91.037. Tim O'More is Robert Butler and Mark Barnhart. 465 far side Mark Barnhart. 467 Robert Butler. The team in from Northern California. So unfortunately, Robert Butler getting shut off, and Mark Barnhart's going to go 1076 and 79 miles an hour. The automatic W, a little bit of stuff coming out of Robert's car and pushed him off, unfortunately. A little bit of cleanup going on the right side of the track, that Michelob Ultra lane. The next pair is going to be Gordon Bobin. Gordon out of Idaho. And Colby Fuller. The Foggett team car, Georgia. Very geographically challenged they are. 440, Colby Fuller. That baby's been over 160 miles an hour a couple times. Gordon, 467, getting the head start in the 64 car, $20,000 shootout. So a couple of drags on the track there with the tractor. Won't be long. We'll be back in round number one. The $20,000 shootout here at Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic Thursday. So back to action now with Colby Fuller, three-way Chevrolet laid the Foggett Team Machine and Gordon Bowman. 467 Gordon, 440 Colby. To go to round number 2, the West Coast Bracket Race $20,000 shootout. Gordon, the new look shorty dragster. Thing's cool. I dig them cars. Watch that baby down there at that finish line. Win line says Colby Fuller by 3 thousandths of a second. Colby left second, 009, 41 with a 3 on that 40 dial-in for the win. Gordon was better at 007, 68 with an 8 on that 67 dial, and by 3 thousandths of a second, Colby Fuller moving to round number 2 is Jason Pad, David Meyer. Wow, that's pretty big. 475, David Meyer, three-way Chevrolet lane. 455 for Jason Pad out of Alberta, Canada. Head start, David Meyer. The Canadian runner for Automax doing the chasing. David, the former Division 7 champion in the Pro ET category. Pretty good off that bottom bulb, too. They are clean. They are green. Watch that Canadian car down there. Got enough? Yes, he does. 005, 57 with a 9 on that 55 dial for the win. David missed it and was 30 on the tree and goes out by 7th thou, taking a Hun stripe it. That three-way Chevrolet lane is J.R. Learcamp, KJ Desaw. 482 KJ for LAT Racing Oils. 461 J.R. Learcamp. Waiting on KJ to light that second light. Head start, KJ. Top end, JR, KJ. How about, wow, by 5 thousandths of a second. KJ Desaw, 16 on the tree, 83 with a 5 on that 82 dial for the win. JR, 30 on the tree, dead on 6, and by 5 thousandths of a second, KJ moving on is Brad Pierce, Dean Tabbert. Dean in from Oregon. Honey Badger, 579 for Dean in the Nova. 635, Brad Pierce, the Corvette. They are almost identical up that starting line. Brad Pierce out by 3 thou. 022 for the win. Dean Tabbert, 25 on the tree and out by 3 Hun, taking a big time stripe down there. Ethan Williams, Marco Parabolaris. Wow, Marco, 452 for the Pinella Racing Engines, Hoosier Tire Team Machine. Ethan Williams, Joe Gieslick, sponsored Mazir Enterprises Dragster, 485 Ethan, Michelob Ultra Lane. .006 red Marco Parabolaris. Ethan Williams, 001, 88 with a 3 on that 85 dialing for the win. It is always Marco, just like everybody, you go red, you go dead on. Marco, dead one. 006 RED is Sir James and Caitlin Torres. 465 Caitlin. 582 Sir James in the Mazier Enterprises CUDA out of Escondido. Of course, Caitlin, a third-generation dragster, drag racer. You know, Grandpa Val, Uncle Gabe, Val Jr., Dad, the Racing Torres family. Difference in reaction time, 4,000. Down there, top end. Caitlin, how about 20 on the tree? Dead on 2 for the win. Sir James out by 3, getting there first by 2, 024. So Caitlin Torres getting her first win light at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic in the big cars is Gage Cameron, Dan McCallan. Wow. The Big Mac Racing Roadster. By the way, that Roadster 3-way Chevrolet laid down $592 for sale. What a car to buy. Dan McClellan, $592. Gage Cameron, right here in Bakersfield. The Cameron team race car, $497 for the Gage Mobile. And the pair of the water box is huge. Gage is in, Dan is in. Head Start Roadster. Another great matchup. Oh, man. Gage Cameron, 008, out by 1,000 for the win. Dan McClellan, 003, out by 3,000 for the loss. C.W. Hofer, Cooper Chun. C-Dub, 732 for the multi-time Division 7 champion. Cooper, David Chun Toon, dragster. Of course, his dad, David, the Division 6 Sportsman Crew Chief of the Year. I'll tell you how good a job he did. Cooper finished number 3 in the world last year. The Super Comp Wars, the Lucas Oil Products Drag Racing Series. $499, Cooper Chun. Two of the very best in the biz here. C-Dub and Cooper, round 1 of the $20,000 shootout. Head Start C-Dub. Watch this baby down there at the finish line. Cooper hustling after him. It's C-Dub by 7 thousandths of a second. Cooper goes dead on 2. Could not get there. 021. C-Dub goes dead on 3. 013 for the win. 7 thousandths of a second. The win light going to C.W. Hofer is Dale Torres and Victor Clark. Victor, 482. The rear engine dragster far side. Dale Torres for Brogier's Dairy. The front motor dragster, 540. DT Michelob Ultra Lane. Difference is 10,000 reaction time. Win light goes to Victor Clark. Victor was 47 on the tree, 83 with an 8 on the 82 dial-in for the win. Dale Torres, 57 on the tree, got there first by a hun and broke out by 3,000. And Victor Clark moving to the next round as Cliff Hall, the Hall Brothers Maverick, 609 Cliff Hall. Keoki Desa, North Las Vegas, brand new car, Miller Race Cars, LAT Racing Oils. Trip 4 is the dial-in for Keoki. Head Start Maverick. And Keoki doing the chasing. Another fun one to watch down there. Here comes that Vegas car. No. Cliff Hall dead on 2, 026 for the win. Kiyoki 014, and that was 4 over, 448. And Cliff Hall moving to the next round is Gabe Torres and Dustin Hedges. Dustin, man, been doing this a long time out of Olympia, Washington. Former Top Alcohol Funny Car driver is Dustin Hedges, 618. Gabe Torres, 470 for Gabe, Michelob Ultra Lane. Gabe going to have to hustle. Got it up? Yes, he does. 38 on the tree, 71 with a 1 on that 70 dial. Gabe Torres taking the win. Hedges goes out by 12 thou and missed the tree. Dustin did. 055 is Eric Dodge and Ricky Duschel. The Aerospace Components, Mike's Transmission, 63 Corvette. Duschel Family Motorsports, 555. Eric Dodge in from Oregon, 531 for the Nova. Michelob Ultra Lane. So head start going to that Corvette. Now Nova doing the chasing. Pre-stage is Eric Dodge waiting on Ricky Duschel. Down there at that finish line, that wind light says Ricky by 6 thousandths of a second. 56 with a 3 on that 55 dial in for Ricky, 006. Eric Dodge, 32 with an 8 on that 31 dial in, 007. It doesn't light up the scoreboard by 6 thou. Ricky Duschel moving to round number 2 is the legend, Wes Anderson and Stephanie Paz. Stephanie, 647 the Nova. The legend, Wes Anderson, 546 in the Roadster. Down there, top end, here comes that Roadster. It's going to be Stephanie by 4 thousandths of a second. Stephanie's a 1 over 48 with a 3, 012. Wes Anderson, 19 on the tree, 1 over with a 0, and that's 4 thou at the stripe. Test and Tune Cars leads 5 and 6, please. Test and Tune Cars lanes 5 and 6, please. Mark Mayashiro, Elliot Franco Sr. Elliot, 506 right side. Mark Mayashiro, the Torco Race Fuels dragster, in from Torrance at 490 for the Flying Hawaiian. Down there, top end, Mark got enough. Elliott, 2 over 08 with a 4 on that 06 dial for the win. 011 on the tree. Mark missed that tree and then goes to 3 over 93 with a 1. Is Dave Mazier and Mike Collins. Davey, 486 for the Mazier Enterprises house car out of Escondido. Mike Collins for the garlic capital of the world, Gilroy, 473. Mark Collins, 3-way Chevrolet lane. Test and Tune Cars, lanes 5 and 6, please. Test and Tune Cars, lanes 5 and 6, please. Mike Collins rolls up pre-stage, waiting on Davey. Itty bitty little head start, right side, 86 to a 73. Tighten that baby up down there, top end. It's going to be Davey Mazier, dead on 3, 012 for the win. Mike Collins, a 2 over 75 with a 1, but was 0-38 on the tree. Davey Mazier moving to the next round is Race Kid and Andy Morris. Boy, like these two haven't raced before. Andy Morris, three-way Chevrolet lane, 478. And the babyface assassin, Race Kid, for Kid Performance. In fact, Mark Kidd is sitting. I'm pretty sure that's a Bloody Murray he's having right now, or maybe a Mai Tai over in Las Vegas enjoying the sun. The 463 Race Kid, the assassin. Now they're set. Red light start, Andy Morris by 7 thousandths of a second down there, top end. Race goes out by 3,015 for the win as Pearson Demings rolls up and Tom Bayer, Professor Tom, at 492. Pearson Demings, the Kid Performance Nova, 654. Pearson. Man, this is pretty good. Round number 1. This West Coast bracket race, $20,000 shootout. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Professor Tom rolls up. Wife Gina down there. Pearson for all of Idaho. It's 6:54. Get that head start. As advertised, this baby's going to be good down there. It's going to be Tom Bayer. 94 with a 4 on that 92 dial for the win, 025. Pearson was better, 17 on the tree. Got there first by 3 and broke out by 4. Stinking thousandths of a second. Final pair in this great $20,000 shootout, DJ Homard for the Duschel family, 642. And track champ in the Summit Series in Super Pro, Krista Sudan. Krista, 478. Tested tune lanes 5 and 6. Tested tune lanes 5 and 6. Clean, green, and down there top end. Here comes Krista. But it's going to be DJ by 7 thousandths of a second. DJ, 13 on the tree, 44 with a 3 on that 42 dial for the win. Krista missed it, goes 31 on the tree, 1 over with a 2, and by 7 thousandths of a second, DJ moving to round number 2 in the $20,000 shootout, part of the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Hey, by the way, while it's quiet, Foggett, last man standing competition in all 3 races. Buy a can of Foggett for $20, put the decal on both sides of the car, and the last car in competition each day that has done this will get a $250 prize. If they go the same rounds in each bracket, Super Pro and Pro, we will split the $125. But for $20, and you go rounds, you got a chance at $250. Go over to Andy Morris's trailer and sign up on this deal. Spend $20 for a can of Foggett and decals on both sides of the car. And if you're the last man or woman standing, $250. And like I said, if say both cars go to the final, one in Pro and one in Super Pro, we'll split the $250 to $125 each. But still a great deal. Andy Morris, see him at his trailer. Sign up for the Foggett Last Man Standing competition. Tested tune cars lanes 5 and 6. Way to go, Zach. By the way, Hubert Pierce was 15 on the tree, and the Camaro goes 848.1, 82 miles an hour. Tested tune lane 5 and 6. Tested tune lane 5 and 6. Tested tune cars coming out with Pedro Valdez and Jonathan Knoll. There we go. Of course, Jonathan coming out. That is the Stick Shift Challenger. So Jonathan will come up in that Michelob Ultra lane. Pedro, the three-way Chevrolet lane. Jonathan in for Mariposa for Sierra Auto and Tire, MMA Towing, 70 Challenger, clutch car. Pedro, the Firebird. Chad, she knows what she's doing. Pedro, 25 on the tree. That Firebird moved first down there. That's going to be a good race. Pedro goes 707, 95 miles an hour. Jonathan Knowles, 706, 99 miles an hour. Mike Ealing, Steve Alovich. Mach 1 Mustang, Steve. 65 El Camino, Mike Ealing. Thought Zach was supposed to drive today. Couple of the door cars. Steve is 16 on the tree. Mike is 19 on the tree. Down there, top end, 654.1, 104. Steve in the Mustang, 662.6, 101. Mike in the El Camino is Bailey Neighbors, Michael Gitcomb. Michael, another one of them former junior dragster champs out of Riverside in the three-way Chevrolet lane. And Bailey for above all pool and tile clean. Crew chief extraordinaire Chad down there. That's Uncle Chad, by the way. Bailey's 008 red. Michael Gibcomb's 23 green. Bailey goes 463, 149. Michael's 505, 136 is John Victorino and Ryan Clavel. Ryan will be far side in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Victo, the Parabolaris Racing S10 pickup truck. Ryan 16 red, Victo's 40 green, Dragster's 448, 154, 688, 100 miles an hour, John Victorino. Robert Crum, the Nova. Jeff Higgins, the 34 Chevy Nova. Robert Crum Farside, that is another one of the former Division 7 champs. Higgins 40 on the tree. Robert Crum 35 on the tree. Jeff Higgins 559. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you came close to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is 1, 2, 3, 2, 5. Robert Crum 665, 103. Sunday Tim Arnswald, Coachella, part of that Silver Platter Racing team. Sunday Tim 12 on the tree, 730, 92 miles an hour. Sasha Hofer, Carly Ball, this pair, Carly Farside, the junior comp dragster, and Sasha, Silver Platter Racing Firebird. Sasha, the move off the starting line, the Firebird. Carly Ball will get there first, 6:54.104. Sasha's 7:41, 91 miles. Greg Dreer, Hubert Pierce Jr., Baby Huey, far side. Greg Dreer, the minor headache, 798.1, 86 miles an hour. Baby Huey's 840, 82 miles an hour. There's Gary Minaka and Mike Polton. Mike, that's the Jeep. And Gary Minaka driving his twin brother Petey's Porsche. Double 08 in the Jeep, 032 in the Porsche. Minot goes 5.654. Mike Polton goes 6.39.7 in the Jeep. Stan Deming, Mike Reynolds. Mike the Corvette. Stan over here, the Kid Performance Nova. Stan Deming, 51 on the tree, 27 with the 9, 107. Mike Reynolds, 92 with the 500. Oh, just missed 100 mile an hour perfect. 100.06 is Ted Kellner, Jeff Ball. Jeff Farside, the altar. Ted over here in the legendary Vega. Jeff Ball top end, 590, 113. Ted Kellner, 645, 118. Chris Johnson, Mopar, right side. Test and tune lanes are open. Test and tune lanes are open. The Western Edge Auto Center over there in Lancaster. Duster for Chris Johnson, 65 on the red light start, and 5.868, 117. Sunday Tim, 67 Camaro. They had a big old party out at his house not too long ago. Coachella Fest. 732, 792 miles an hour for Sunday Tim Arnswald. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. $20,000 shootout cars, round number 2 to the lanes, please. $20,000 shootout cars, round 2 to the lanes, please. DJ Homard, you are still the potential buy. DJ, you are still the potential buy. Jacob Beckwith, Hubert Pierce. Hubert, 51 on the tree. Jacob, 97 on the tree. Jacob, 734, 93 miles an hour. Hubert's 847, 81 MPHers. Shootout cars, round 2 to the lanes, please. Shootout cars, round 2 to the lanes, please. Rob Strong, Firebird, Andrew Olson. That Charlie Olson tuned Camaro. Yeah, that baby's fuel injected. Serious biz. Andrew's 34, Rob Strong 42, Andrew Olson 595, 117 Andrew, 709, 95 miles an hour, Rob Strong. Shootout cars, round 2 to the lanes, please. Shootout cars, round 2 to the lanes, please. Brian Cam, Dragster. Byron McCullough, Petaluma, the air conditioning dude. You're pretty popular today. 003, Brian Cam. 011, Byron McCullough. Cam goes 488, 142, 6633, 103. Byron McCullough. DJ, cheater. Just kidding. Shootout cars, round 2 to the lanes, please. Shootout cars, round 2 to the lanes, please. $20,000 shootout cars in the lanes. Round number 2 coming out. Jay Kasem going to roll up here and take you through round number 2 of the shootout.
Well, thank you, Mike. I really do appreciate that. You know, it's not often you get a lot of love like this guy can give you. All right. Guys, round 2 is shootout. Round 2 is shootout. You've been called to the lanes. When World War VI starts, it's going to be Canada versus Washington. And here it is already. Chase Learcamp out of Washington, 459 the dial, alongside Jason Pad out of Alberta, Canada. As compared to Alberta wherever else. 457. So 0.02 of a second separate them on the tree. That ain't a lot. This is basically going to be a door handle to door handle on cars that don't have door handles. Running for the other end, breakout. Chase Learcamp goes 58 with a 0 on a 59. Jason Pad puts together a beautiful pass as he goes 005, gets a chance to tap the brakes just at the other end, and goes 460, forcing the breakout. Chase Learcamp with that beautiful 005 light. 460 with a 2 at 138 miles an hour, so he's good by 3. Here's Chad Axford, driving the dragster that you see over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane alongside Victor Clark. Victor driving the dragster. He's out of Boise, Idaho. Chad out of Portland, Tennessee. And the kinfolk said, Jed, move away from there. 445 for Chad Axford's dragster. 482 for Victor Clark. A moment of silence as the triple O beats the 012 light. Victor Clark goes 000 on the tree and then runs a 484 with a 3 on a 482, and it takes the stripe down at the other end with everybody green by 0064. Yes, that's right. Less than 7 thousandths of a second. Good stripe down at the other end. Chad Axford cuts an 012 and goes, man, what do I got to do around here? Wow, Victor Clark, triple zeros off the tree. Moving on to the next round. Dustin Wirtz. Dustin driving the Corvette drop top. 521 the dial in. He's going to get to go first in front of Dwayne Ruggeth. Dwayne out of Calgary. You know, the hockey game's about ready to start. Everybody's green on this end. Lights 2 thousandths apart at the stripe. Oh, man, Dustin Wirtz goes a 20 with a 0 on a 21. Breaking out, 460 with an 8 on a 59 for Dwayne. Dwayne goes 460 with an 8. Gets there second, but puts on the wind light. Forcing that breakout from Dustin Wirtz. Brad Pierce driving the Corvette, the 1958 Chevy Corvette, alongside Tony Marconi. Tony driving the drop top 76 Aero. Sponsored by Yankee Tequila. 595 dial in for Tony Marconi. So he's going to let Brad Pierce take off first. Brad, 634 the dial in. Hangs it red as he goes 006 to the red side. Tony Marconi, your automatic winner. Tony runs through a 95 with a 2 on a 95 with a 2 on a 95, taking the win. Brad Pierce red by 6 thousandths of a second, 35 with a 4 on a 34. And Tony goes on to round 3. Kalen Torres out of Chino, the 21 Miller chassis car, alongside Race Kid. Race out of Boise, Idaho. Kid Performance Machine, 07. Man, that car looks newer than that. That car's in beautiful shape. So I'm not even going to say that that's what year that car is. Kid Performance, of course, our sponsor that we're going to have on Friday night. Really do thank Kid Performance for all they've done for us. Kalen Torres, they're leaving the same. Both dialed 465. Down at the other end, wind light comes up. Caitlin Torres runs a 67 with a 1. Race Kid breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. 467 with a 1 on a 465, and Caitlin moves on to round 3. Here's Dennis Paz driving the El Camino alongside Mike Coltrane. Mike, the 24 Miller car. 4.43 for Mike Coltron's Dragster alongside Dennis Paz's El Camino. The 65 El Camino dialed in 658. Oh, man. Beautiful lights both sides of the track. Here comes that real fast dragster. He goes 45 with a 0 on a 43, taking the stripe by 5 thousandths of a second. Dennis goes a 61 on a 58, and he's down about 2 miles an hour, so read between the lines, guys. Mike Coltron takes that real fast dragster into round 3. Cliff Hall driving the Maverick alongside Elliot Franco Sr. 507 to dial in for Franco Sr. 609 the dial in for the Maverick. So Cliff Hall is going to get to take off about a second ahead of time. Dragster waits there patiently. How patient can you wait? Red light for Cliff Hall by 3 thousandths of a second. Elliot Franco goes 0.16 on the tree and then runs a 5.07 with a 1 on 134.67. Cliff Hall goes 003 on the red side and then goes 6.11 on a 6.09. So far what used to happen, well, at least almost the entire race last time, if you went red, you always ran dead on. Now you go red and you don't run dead on. All right. Gage Cameron, the black dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane, 496 is the dial. He gets to leave first. The Professor's got him. 03 undercover car dialed 493. If you can tell the difference in the lights, that 3 thousandths of a second, somebody was a lot later than they wanted to be, or a lot earlier, I guess. .498 with a 1 on a 496 for Gage Cameron. Tom Bear runs a 93 with a 6 on a 93, but he gave up about 22 in the tree, and that was the difference in the race. Down, made it close at the other end. 0085 for the stripe. Gage Cameron moves on to round 3. Here comes Dave Mazier alongside Ethan Williams. So it says Mazier on the side of both cars. Tight race, both ends of the track. Wind light comes up Dave Mazier. He gave up 8 thousandths on the tree, but he got it back at the other end. He runs an 87 with an 8 on an 86 dial-in. Ethan Williams was dialed an 88 and runs a 91 with a 0. Dave Mazier moves on to round 3. Here's Chuck Hawk alongside KJ Dessa. KJ 4.83 the dial in. Chuck Hawk, this might be one of the faster door cars around here, dialed 4.93. Chuck Hawk runs 497 on a 493, giving the win over to KJ as KJ runs an 86 on a 40. Colby Fuller, the Race Tech Dragster, dialed 4.40 alongside Mark Barnhart, 4.65. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Colby Fuller's got that big top end charge. He didn't even use all of it. He goes through, coasting through with a 154.77 miles an hour as he runs a 41 with a 4 on a 40. Mark Barnhart runs a 466 on a 465. Tight little stripe down at the other end, an 01 for Colby Fuller, and round 3's his destination. Here's Stephanie Paz alongside Ricky Duchel. Ricky out of Palmdale, 556 to dial in on the Corvette. The Nova dialed in at 648. Green lights both sides of the track. Stephanie's out in front. Here comes Ricky. Ricky puts on the wind lights. He runs a 56 with a 1 on a 56. Takes a 7/1000 stripe down at the other end. Stephanie goes a 50 with a 7 on a 48. Giving the stripe back by just 7/1000ths of a second. Yikes. Cooper Chung, 5 flat to dial in alongside Gabe Torres. Gabe dialed 471. So he's going to give almost a 0.3 of a second head start over to Cooper Chung. Cooper Chung goes red by 1/1000th of a second, and he runs dead on 5. Gabe Torres goes 0-0-0. So only 1,000 separated him on the tree, and he goes 471 on a 471. Gabe Torres puts together a 1,000 pack. That, I think, is probably the best pack we're going to see all weekend because there's only one way to go better. Man. DJ getting the odd lot single goes 0-0-1 to the red side off the tree and then runs a 43 with a 3 on a 43. So I'd say that kid's dialed. Hey, real quickly, the Foggett Last Man Standing competition, all 3 races. If you buy a can of Foggett for $20, put the decals on both sides of your car. The last car in competition gets the $250 prize. If the last 2 cars both lose in the same round, the purse is split at $125 each. Go see Andy Morris at his trailer and sign up for the Foggett High Performance Fogging Oil. Okay, we're back into time trials right now. For anybody who'd like to enjoy test and tune lanes are open and will be for probably about the next 45 minutes. So again, guys, racers, be ready as we will be making your call here fairly shortly for the next round as we go into round 3 of the 64 car shootout. Well, if you like white F bodies. 67 Camaro, nice from machine, goes 041 off the line. Sasha. C.W. Hofer runs down through there and goes a 742 at 98 or 90 miles an hour. Mike did come out of Riverside in the dragster over on the three-way Chevrolet lane alongside Trent Flores. Trent out of Lemoore. O2 lights both sides of the track. Michael's a little bit better, 021. Trent goes 029. Trent runs a 501 with a 1 at 138 miles an hour. 507 with a 9 at 135.8 for Mike Gidcombe. Well, Greg Dreher was eventually going to do it. There's a reason I call him 007. 007 on the tree goes 686 with a 4. So I would say that Mr. Dreher is now ready for competition. Dave Meyer driving the Sheldon out of Sheridan, I should say, California, driving the blue dragster alongside, I believe that's a Beretta. Saw him every once in a while back in the day, but this is the only one I've seen in a long time. Pretty cool. Dave goes 0-1-4 on the tree and then runs a 4.75 with a 2 at 146. Beretta runs nice. I just said that. Beretta runs nice. Goes 5.71 at 119 miles an hour. Richard Leo driving one of the cooler cars on the lot this week. Sasha goes 7.43 at 90 miles an hour. Richard goes 7.20 at 93. Charlie Olson bringing the 70 Duster out. 681 at 103 miles an hour. Next pair coming your way, it's the Mini Brute. Chase Trimp. Alongside Stan Deming, the 76 Nova. Stan off the line with nice 04 light, runs a 6:25 at 107.9 miles an hour. Chase runs through with an 880 on it, with an 8 at 73 miles an hour. Pretty sure that Opal's got a little more in it. CW off the line with an 016 light. Runs through the other end, goes 742 at 90 miles an hour. That dragster sounds awfully strong. Off the tree 008, lifts at about the 3:30 clock and coasts on through and still goes 485 at 117 miles an hour. Bailey Neighbor in the dragster, alongside Kyle Greiger in the S10. Red light by 2,000s for Bailey. Dragster runs nice, goes 462 at 149.7. Carl runs the S10 through 672 at 101.79 miles an hour. Jeff Higgins out of Boise, the 34 Roadster, alongside Chris Stock. Chris from Carlsbad. Oh 18 light for Jeff Higgins in the Roadster. Dragster gets off line 08, then goes 507 with a 5 at 136 miles an hour. Jeff Higgins runs through with a 558 at 123.69. Still say Jeff Higgins is going to be your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guy. Richard Leo driving a Ranchero. Nice light, nice 03. Tire made about a half a turn on its way out and takes off for the other end. 716 at 94.64 miles an hour. Jordan Yeager out of Hollister driving 69 Camaro alongside Jeff Kreider. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Round three. Shootout contestants, round 3. This is your call. Come on down. Jeff Kreider puts up a 0.01 reaction time. The Wonder Wagon wanders down there and goes 7:39 with a 3 at 93 miles an hour. Jordan Yeager in that Camaro, 6:17 with a 1 at 113.8. $684.5 for Mike Reynolds at 100.10. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Round three. This is your call. Attention to the pits, third call. Attention to the pits, third call. Shootout. Shootout contestants. If your time slip said win on it last round, please make your way to staging lanes 1 and 2. While we're waiting for the last few of the shootout cars, we'll run just a few more of these test and tune. And then go back into eliminations round 3. Kyoki Dessa driving the black dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra lane alongside Michael Gidcombe. Michael out of Riverside. I don't think he got here right away first thing this morning, but he's definitely making up for it now as this is third or fourth pass already. Okay, looking for an MSD distributor. We have a racer in need for small block Chevy. If you've got a distributor for small block Chevy that is compatible with MSD, please let us know in the tower and we will call you out. I don't even want to figure out what happened there. The 095 is way first. 515 with a 1 at 133 miles an hour for Michael Gidcombe. Kyoki goes 448 at 155 miles an hour. Dave Meyer, 01 Cavalier, runs nice, goes 02 on the tree, and then goes 592 at 117 miles an hour. Pedro goes 024 on the tree and goes 707 with a 0 at 95.4 miles an hour. We're doing a little rubby-dubby on the track right now. Looks like our track prep is just about finished up here, and we're going to move into round 3. And to give you all the info on round 3, that'll be Mr. Mike English.
Thanks, Chad. We're ready, buddy. Yeah. Here we go. Round 3, the $20,000 shootout. Silver State, yeah, boy, that was an easy one for me. Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic, Thursday. Tony Marconi, the Arrow, in from Arizona, being that three-way Chevrolet lane. And Dwayne Ring, in from Canada, the Michelob Ultra lane. Dwayne at 4:59. Chasing one of them primetime players in from Arizona. The Plymouth Arrow for El Bandito Yankee Tequila. $5.95, Tony Marconi. Go to round number 4 for $20,000. Green light starts in this pair. They are separated by 1,000ths of a second. Tony Marconi, 21 on the tree, dead 8 for the win. Dwayne was right there, 22 on the tree, and gets there by 9/10,000ths of a second, breaks out by 2,000ths of a second. It's the next pair, Jason Pad and Caitlin Torres. Miss Caitlin Farside, got Grandpa out there, got Uncle out there. 465, Caitlin Torres. 457 for the Canadian Automatics team car of Jason Pad. Caitlin's in, waiting on Jason. Now they're set. Little head start, Miss Caitlin. Wow, this is another great one here. Separated 5 thou. Caitlin goes dead 5-0-10. 15,000s package. Jason was 005. Got there first by 2 and broke out by a hun. And Caitlin moving to the next round. It's just a great showing in her big money debut here at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic is DJ Homard and Victor Clark. DJ 643, the Nova Wagon for Duchel Motorsports, and Victor Clark in from Idaho, 484 for the Dragster, the Michelob Ultra lane. Victor lights out second light. Deej moving that Nova Wagon in. Another great matchup here. The difference is 2 thou. And it's DJ out by 8 thou, 021 for the win. Victor out by 13 thou, 019 for the loss. And that is just, man, this $20,000 shootout just brings out the best is Dave Mazier, Ricky Duchel. Ricky the Corvette, 555, Ricky. Dave Mazier in the house car, 486 for Dave Mazier, right side. Now they're set. Somebody went 002 and makes it work. Ricky Duschel, 002, 1 over, 56 with a 2 for the win. Dave Mazier wasn't bad. He was 20. It goes out by 6 now, getting there first by 9, 10 thousandths of a second. And a great one there is Elliot Franco Sr., right side 508, and Kobe Fuller, the Foggin dragster in from Georgia, 439. Kobe in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Kobe made 2 time shots here. Both of them were over 160 mile an hour. Head start right side Elliott. Elliott is 002 RED. Kobe shuts it off, 463.7, 122. Elliott runs it down through there after a 002 red light and out by 2 thousandths of a second is Mike Coldren and KJ Desau. KJ, Las Vegas, LAT Racing Oils, 483 getting the head start. Mike Coldren in from Idaho, 443, Mike Coldren. Head start to KJ. KJ goes red by 9 thousandths. Mike Coldren, 001, 441.7 on that 43 dial, getting the automatic W. Mike was 001 green. KJ was 009 red. Gabe Torres, Gage Cameron. Gage right side, 497. Getting the head start is Gabe Torres. For the Torres Family Motorsports, 471, Gabe. Tested Tune, come on down. Tested Tune, come on down. Green light starts here. Head start, Gage Cameron. Gage was 008, goes dead on 8 to put up a 16 thousandths package. And Gabe Torres won 34, dead 3, and had no chance when Gage Cameron put up that 16. Gage left starting line 008, goes dead on 8, and mathematically eliminated Gabe Torres as he was 034 on the tree. And Gage moving to the next round in that $20,000 shootout. Test and tune, guards the lanes, please. Test and tune. Trent Flores. Victory Express dragster for the Dreamweaver team. Part of that M&M Team Fuels. There we go. Former champion in the junior dragsters. See what Trent does here. 68 on the tree. 499, 138. 499, 138. Rob Strong for Horsepower Garage in Hemet. There we go. Bumping it in now. $44 on the tree is Rob. Firebird. 898, 94 miles an hour, Rob Strong. Sasha Hofer. That's the Firebird. And Steve Olovich. Mach 1. Mustang. Mustang 658, 104. Sasha 745, 89 miles an hour. Hubert Pierce, Tim Arnswald. Oh, Silver Platter Racing pairs up here. Hubert in the 85 Camaro, Sunday Tim in the 67. Hubert's red, Sunday Tim's 046 and 729, 92 miles an hour. Hubert Pierce 825, 82 MPHers. C.W. Hofer, Firebird. $28 on the tree, C-Dub. Going to go 743.5. Well, I was close. 745.3. Come on, I couldn't read the computer screen. Yeah. 90 miles an hour for C-Dub. Yeah, I just had numbers confused. I have a lot of things confused. Greg Dreyer, 008 687 3 105 for the headache. By the way, don't forget, if you need your RV pumped over the weekend, they will be here Saturday morning. You need to call 619-436-5259 to make your reservation. They will come out and pump your tank. Saturday morning, starting at 7 a.m. They like to make appointments and get you set up there. Jonathan Knoll, stick shift challenger for your Sierra Auto and Tire. One of the cool old cars because it's stick shift. Runs you down through there. Jonathan goes 714.5, 97 miles an hour. Dave Beckwith and his kid Jacob. Jacob will be in the Malibu far side. The old man will be over here in the Nova right side. And I don't mind saying the Nova's going to win this race. However, I would have to say that there's probably a little bit of money on reaction time. Hot dogs. I'm sorry. We're not on Indian land, so it's hot dogs. I didn't want to catch the wrath of Cleet Norris. Whiny. Never mind. Jacob goes 15 on the tree. Oh, he's going to rub it in. Dad runs down through there 607, 113, 735, 92 miles an hour. Jacob, 15 on the tree, Jacob. 31 on the tree, David. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Shootout winners, back to the lanes, please. Shootout winners, back to the lanes, please. 6854 is the potential buy. Car number 6854 is the potential buy. You can come up in lane 3 or 4. The rest of you come up in 1 and 2. Shootout cars need you back to the lanes, please. Shootout winners back to the lanes, please. Jody George, the Old Calais. Jody's 004, 688, 99 miles an hour. Ooh, close to that 100 mile an hour. Still haven't had 100 mile an hour perfect or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rob Strong, Firebird, at a horsepower garage in heaven. Rob is 63 on the tree. Firebird is 703, 95 miles an hour. Round number 4, the $20,000 shootout, Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic, Thursday for $20,000. Gage Cameron, Tony Marconi. Wow, pretty big time matchup. Of course, they're in the weak dog in this field. Wasn't even in round 1. Gage Cameron right here in Bakersfield, 498 in the Gage Mobile. Chasing that prime time player out of Arizona, Tony Marconi, the Arrow at 595. Head start going that Arrow far side. Here comes that dragster. Got enough to get around that Arrow. Dead on 5. 016 for the win for Tony Marconi in the Arrow. Gage goes dead on 0. 027. Let me tell you, that was 0.003 of a second. Margin of victory going to Tony Marconi as Caitlin. Val Torres, I'm sorry. Wheeling daughter Caitlin's dragster at 464 at DJ Homard. The wagon at 642 getting the head start. Head start door car. DJ head start. Here comes Val Torres down there top end. Val is 65 with a 7 on that 64 dialing for the win. DJ out by 4 thou, getting there first by a hun. Neither one of them were killer on the reaction time. DJ was 48, Val was 37, but Val lights up the scoreboard. That Michelob Ultra lane is Ricky Duschel and Colby Fuller. Ricky the Corvette. Trip 5's the dial in. Colby Fuller in from Georgia, 439 for the Foggett Dragster. Colby pre-stage waiting on Ricky Duschel to come in there and light that first light, and then they'll roll in. Corvette set. Foggett Dragsters in. Ricky Duschel is 009 RED. Colby goes 14 on the tree and shuts it off again. 464.5. Colby Fuller moving to the next round. Down to 4 cars. Semi-final round. The $20,000 shootout. By run to Mike Coltrane. The team in from Idaho. Mike going to roll up and take the tree. Just pull back in the stage lanes and wait for that next round. The $20,000 shootout, Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic, Thursday. Cameron Webb. Former national champion in the NHRA Heritage Series. Side man, I want to race more. Cameron Webb, right on down through there. 590, 120. 590, 120, Cameron Webb. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Shootout semis, need you to the lanes, please. Shootout semis, need you to the lanes, please. All except for Mike Coulter because he's already here. Hey, Chad, can I go get my car? Get in line? Do you do windows too? Do the, armor all the tires, windows inside and out, you know. There we go. Rob getting her in now. And the Firebird in the three-way Chevrolet lane is 701, 94 miles an hour. Shootout semi cars to the lanes, please. Shootout semi cars to the lanes, please. Oh, all the shootout cars. Nope, missing one car. Shootout winners. Need you to the lanes, please. Shootout winners to the lanes, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Shootout winners, last call of the lane. And just like that, here we come.
Also, a reminder to our test and tune cars. You need to be in the lanes when the finalists show up. So otherwise, there ain't going to be none. All right, we're going to do a couple more test and tune cars before we get into our semifinals. Does look like everybody's putting their hats on. Koki Dessa out of Las Vegas. North Las Vegas. Way north, like all the way up our Area 51 north. .005 to the red side for Keoki. 4:42, 155.6. That is one seriously fast dragster right there. Jacob Stolworthy, 08 off the tree, then runs up 4:38 at 158.7. One of our shootout semifinalists is the only car I've seen crack the 160 so far. Tony Marconi driving the drop top 76 Aero alongside Mike Coltrane. Mike, brand new 24 Miller Dragster, 442. Dial in. That's a lot of machine right there. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Tony Marconi breaks out by 1/1000th of a second, giving Mike Coltrane the win. Mike puts up an 018 light and was beat off the line by about 12 thousandths of a second. Gets the other end, though. He goes 442 on it with a 1 on a 442. Stripe down at the other end. Takes an 01 stripe when he needed to take a 0000 my stripe. But as it works out, Mike Coltrane moves on to the final round. Who's he going to run? Will it be Colby Fuller? Colby in the dragster over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane, dialed 440. Sponsored by Foggett Performance, fogging oil. Or is it going to be Caitlin Torres? Caitlin driving the 21 Miller car out of Chino, 464. 0.2 of a second head start and a little bit of change. And then Colby Fuller is going to bring that 160-mile-an-hour racecraft. Oh, baby. Colby Fuller basically rolls the beam. Not sure what happened there as he goes. So Kalen Torres moves on to the final round. Double O 02 on the red side. 4:59 with an 8 at 153 miles an hour. Jacob Bethwith, 79 Malibu. Oh, man, red light. Comes up negative 035 on the tree, runs it out, goes 729 at 93.7. 93.7 The Fan. If you plan to make another test and tune shot, you need to be in the lanes now or forever hold your peace, so to speak. And because when the final goes down the track, the final cars go down the track. Hey, listen up real quick. The Door Car Clash. Actually, probably one of my favorite races out here. The Door Car Clash on Saturday night. That's a $10,000 to win. It's based on 16 Pro cars, 16 Super Pro cars. Tomorrow, starting at basically at the beginning of business hours, bring your $550 cash money over to the West Coast Classics trailer and sign yourself up. Again, 16 Super Pro, 16 Pro cars. Somebody leaves with 10 grand. Definitely worth your while. Bring your $550. It's a cash entry event. So again, that's the Door Car Clash for Saturday night. But all day tomorrow during business hours, we're going to be getting the signups for the class. Is, like I said, 16 Super Pro, 16 Pro. Okay, back into test and tune here real quick. Got a couple of test and tune cars out there. Like I said, guys, when the final pair goes down the track, that is the final pair going down the track tonight. So that last call has been put out. Final call, test and tune. Final call, test and tune. Our finalists in the shootout, when you guys are ready, bring them on up. When you guys are ready, bring them on up. Final call for test and tune. First call for shootout. Michael Gidcombe out of Riverside driving the dragster. We got a couple of more test and tune cars going here. Michael taking his time staging up. Mike off the line with a 003, then goes 509 with a 9 at 134.73 miles an hour. We got one of our finalists up. Test and tune cars, you guys better suit them up. Shelby Williams bringing her 67 Camaro to the line. Staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed as our final pair has now got in the lanes. Shelby 67 Camaro. Wheels up launch, 05 off the line. Runs for the 8th mile, goes 619 with a 1 at 110.32 miles an hour. Straight as a string. Kind of a womp womp off the line. Still went 03. Not bad. 550 with an 8 at 123 miles an hour. There's another one, Mike. Might get your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it 1, 2, 3.38? Missed that 4 by oh so little. And now it comes down to the final. Bet there's a little math going on over there right now. Want to repeat one more time while we got a minute or two. If you plan to participate in the Door Car Clash tomorrow when we open business up, head over to the West Coast Classics Bracket Racing Trailer. Bring your $550. 16 cars in Pro, 16 cars in Super Pro. Somebody leaves with 10 grand. Easy, right? Just mow through a few people, and next thing you know, 10 grand. Can't get easier than that. Also pays $2,000 to runner-up, $1,000 to semis, and $500 to the quarters. So pays back pretty stout for a situation where the Super Pro runs Super Pro, Pro runs Pro, all the way down to the last pair. As our finalists are suiting up, I do want to remind everybody that tomorrow morning, gates open at 7 a.m., where everyone's going to get a time shot. Keep in mind that double entries and double drivers, double cars, everything, we are going to have a protocol. For those of you that have raced before, racing the Silver State Classic, you obviously know what happens with the cards and everything else, and we'll get all that going. But want to just remind everybody that gates open at 7 a.m. Time trial begins at 8 a.m. After everyone gets their time trial in, then at that point in time, eliminations are going to start. Listen up carefully for all the calls, as there will be quite a few things that are going to run a little different than they did today, obviously. We were casual today, casual. So, again, tomorrow morning, gates at 7 a.m. We're going to try to put the first car down the track right at 8 a.m. and then go immediately into eliminations. In the Kid Performance and Dyno, $10,000 Super Pro, $5,000 Pro, 100% guaranteed purses. All right, here we go. All right, all right, all right. I know we've been telling you that Caitlin's driving this car, but it's actually Val Torres is driving the purple and gray machine, dialed 465 over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Michael Coltrane out of Boise, Idaho, 442 is going to give a 0.2 of a second head start over to the Torres machine. Woo, baby. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Everybody's green. Gets down to the other end. Val Torres puts on the wind light as he goes 465 with an 8 on a 465. Started it out with an 012 light. Mike Coltrane goes 41 with an 8 on a 42, missing his dial by 0.02 of a second. For what it's worth, Val does get there first by 0.06 of a second. Wow. Spectacular race down all the way down the track. So we'd like to have the Torres clan make their way to the winner's circle. Other than winter circle festivities, that does finish up everything for the night. Obviously, a lot of people are camping and everything. Please be really careful with motor vehicles, any of your pit transportation and stuff. Remember, it's pit transportation, not pit entertainment. Anyway, because what might be entertaining you is probably not going to entertain the person next to you. So, again, everybody be good neighbors. Have an absolute great time. Get some rest because there's a big day tomorrow. Is the kid performance. $10,000 to win, $5,000 for pro, $10,000 for super pro. All that's going to happen. Again, we'd ask that the Torres clan make their way down to the winner's circle.
Whoa. There we go. Okay.
Test, 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 test. Why don't you interview him up here and then we'll take pictures? You can hear me now? Okay. Just leave the car there, Val. Test, test.
There we go. Got her working now. And Val Torres, man, congratulations, my friend. 3 times you've won these shootouts, man. A lot of money going into your pocket.
Yeah, you know. Problem, the starter kept getting stuck in the solenoid on the starter, so I was fired up, shut it off, the main power, let it coast back, and then we changed the starter. One of Chris's races and the regular race, because good old Dave Mazier got me the last time in the final, but these shootouts, I'll take them all the time.
Hey, $20,000. Who's going to argue, right? Now, the key question is, which day is Madeline going to drive this weekend?
We all 3 now. Madeline's going to come up. She had to work. It's their car for the rest of the weekend. I came for one reason, try to win